low energy stream today. I'll put all my energy in doing commissions. I also might do some live recording of songs for covers, concerts, whatsoever. Hope you guys are doing well. Congrats on first, Mr. Vape Lord. Congrats on second, Cat. And that's surprising. Hi, Cat. And congrats on third, Ash. I hope you're hanging in there, Ash. I know life hasn't been so easy recently. It's very hard to be an adult, dealing with a lot of stuff, trying to get yourself on, you stay on your feet steady, you know, earn money while dealing with a lot of stuff in your head, in your life. But life goes on. Life has so many things to offer. It's not just all bad things and sad situations or sad events. I always live life with a thought of, you know, there's always gonna be a rainbow after every storm. There's a silver lining after every storm. I even had that tattooed on my heart, like on my chest, right above my heart. Just a simple reminder to myself that no matter what happens, I won't be giving up. And I shouldn't be, because this too shall pass. And I hope you feel the same way, darling. 3 consecutive perfect quality offerings. Let's go. New day. Welcome in. Shira, hi. Hope you're well. Megaweeb, hello. I hope you're hanging in there. I know life's been shitty lately, but it is what it is. There would always be some good days, always be some shitty days. Just remember that there are people who love you and who wish to see you succeed in life, who wish to see you win. And above all, believe in yourself. You're gonna get through a lot of things and eventually live a happier life. I'm talking about this because I'm pissed. And I'm trying to stay calm and trying to regulate myself. You know, it's scary when you're an adult. You don't have a proper avenue to vent. So you have to, like, regulate yourself because you're an adult now. You can't throw a tantrum or vent or rant or whatsoever. You just have to regulate yourself and calm yourself down and tell yourself it's okay. You're gonna be fine. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a great day so far. Gonna be low energy stream. I'm fucking hungry, but it's okay. I'm gonna eat air. I'm gonna be eating air for the rest of the day, I would assume. Hi, Feathers. Hi, Cat. Let me give you guys a shouty. We're gonna be watching some horror stuff. I stumbled upon a content creator that I'm still on the fence about if I like them or not, but the content, I probably will have to check it out because I'm a sucker for true crime documentaries and horror stuff. So, you know. Let me give a shouty to Cat. There you go.
Important question there.
I am parched and I am hungry, but I can't do nothing.
So what's the answer? I'm rather curious.
Gotta do some commissions.
So, what's your answer, Winter? Oh, yeah, it's a good
Sometimes
question.
you're just so frustrated in life, huh? Do you guys experience that? Like, you're so fucking frustrated in life? Like, you know, you feel like, I could be anywhere this time, but I'm here. It is what it is. Give it a shouty. Yeah, I get frustrated too. I'm human. But I always try to remind myself that be grateful for everything that you have, everything that you've become so far.
Damn!
Wow. Wait, Shira is a hammerman? I didn't know Shira plays Monster Hunter. Why you never join us monster hunting, Shira? Mr. Mage. You could have joined us, right? Who else do we have here? We have Ash. Thank you for the lurkies, Ash. Appreciate you.
Do it, you will? Okay, I sent you a picture of my pussy.
Wait, what? You sent what? That's wild. Okay, I'm gonna pretend I did not hear that. Who else do we have here? Okay. Oh, what was the plan, Feathers? Were you updated by the VRG gang? What's happening? I'm confused because, you know, Chimera wanted to know so he can book his flights as well. So, is there no final date as of yet for the meetup or something? I didn't know you and Scritch are gonna fly out together. You guys live in the same city or what?
Tina.
Initially was spring break, got pushed to August again. August, like, wait, August this year or next year? They live one state down? Ah. What do you mean they? Scritch is a they them? Are you I'm trying to Scritch is a they them or are you referring to someone else? Or are they a couple? Are they a couple? Sorry, I'm not really familiar with them. Close friends. Okay, and they were roommates, of course. We just finally got in VC together and talked for a few hours. Oh. I still think it's not final, but seemed like August 27. Hey. August the year 20. Oh, so next year. Oh, way far ahead. Well, I will not think about it for a while. It's gonna be way far ahead and more time for me to save money. So I can go there. Me and Zero can go there. Anyway, we're gonna be watching some horror shit while I work on commissions, right? I'm not in the best mood today and I have very low energy. So the rest of my energy will go to working on commissions. Do you guys prefer the art to be like really big? Or are you okay with the horror shit to be bigger? Because I want it to be bigger. Right? Let's see. I was watching something earlier. I wanna watch it. Hello, Presso. It seems like there's like a playlist of all these things. Scary stories? Yo. Spooky stories. I want the spooky stories. Oh, I don't want to listen to a man today. Men are irritating. Or I want to listen to a female content creator. Horror stories. Female creator. I need to find a female content creator. Yay, we have a playlist. Let's go. We're gonna watch them all. We're watching horror movie. Wait. Is it this? Is this the correct thing? Wait, hold on. No, my model is not modeling. Art stream, there we go. Hey, why is my model big as fuck? Are you good? And it's not even tracking. Is it tracking now? Yes, okay. But why is it not tracking for me? Are the redeems working? So, what happened was I updated. Well, I hear the audio, but I don't see the hands coming out. That's crazy. So, what happened was I updated the NVIDIA thingamajig and Windows 11. And when I did that, everything went haywire. I don't know why. It's freaking annoying. It destroyed my shit. Wait, is this stream element? No. Stream OBS is not. Huh? Where's OBS? Okay, it is connected. It broke the update with Windows 11 and NVIDIA broke my model. Honestly, when I opened VTube Studio, my model is gone. I even sent it to Valerian. My model is gone. I don't know why. And I try to fix it. I don't know it's fully fixed. Not really sure. I hope so. Let's see. Gonna finish some comms, probably finish some recordings too. A lot of deadlines coming up, and I am not in the right mental headspace to finish everything. But I'm gonna force myself because I'm supposed to finish it. Yeah, tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Okay, here goes. We gonna be. We gonna be. Ooh, 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 ooh. Why is my VTube Studio here? That's weird. Ooh, ooh. I wanna make the thing bigger. Is it this one? Oh yeah, it's this. Okay, I'm gonna make it bigger, y'all. Okay, I think it should be fine. Or I can make my Clip Studio Paint smaller, you know. Nah, I can make it smaller here. There you go. Right. And let me make this big. There you go.
A's and B's, welcome back to the show. Today, I have another interesting and creepy story about mysterious objects. Over the past 2 decades, this small wooden cabinet has been blamed for illness, nightmares, and even death. It's inspired books, fueled paranormal investigations, and spawned a Hollywood horror film. Today, it sits behind glass inside one of America's most infamous haunted museums, where the rules say you have to be 18 just to look at it, and you have to sign a waiver before you're allowed anywhere near it. And still, people line up. And honestly, that's the strangest part of all, because if you pass this thing in an antique store, you probably wouldn't look at it twice. It's nothing fancy, no elaborate carvings, just a plain, ordinary wooden wine cabinet. For more than 20 years, people have argued over whether something evil once lived inside it. Others say the cabinet itself was never the dangerous part, that the real trouble started the moment its story got told. So stick around, because by the end of this, you will understand exactly why that made a difference. So let's get into the story. Our story kicks off with a man named Kevin Mannis. In the early 2000s, Mannis ran a small antique and furniture restoration shop out in Portland, Oregon. He was a writer at heart, but paid the bills fixing up old furniture, giving forgotten pieces a second life. One afternoon, he swung by what looked like an ordinary estate sale. Sitting among the junk was a small wooden wine cabinet. Nothing remarkable, but he bought it anyway. As he loaded it into his car, the granddaughter of the woman who owned it came running up to him. She asked if he had any idea what he just bought. The cabinet, she said, had belonged to her grandmother, a Holocaust survivor who'd fled Poland after the war. Her grandmother never once let anybody open it. She believed something evil had been sealed inside.
I set it up that way for karaoke because there's a delay for my headset.
In Jewish folklore, a dibuk is the restless spirit of someone who's died but hasn't moved on yet, clinging instead to the world of the living, capable of attaching itself to a person and inflicting suffering and despair on them. Those believed to be possessed don't just act differently. They were said to speak in voices that weren't their own, sometimes in languages they'd never learned a word of. And in extreme cases, their bodies would contort into positions no normal person could pull off. And here's the unsettling part. Freeing someone from a dibuk is never as simple as an exorcism you see in the movies. A rabbi can't just cast it out. No power on earth can compel it to go. He has to talk to it, ask who it used to be, what it did, why it can't rest. You can't force a dibuk to leave. You have to convince it. Kevin had never heard that word before that day, and like most of us would, he didn't buy into it. So he did exactly what the previous owner had spent decades telling people not to do. He opened it. Inside sat a little collection of items. 2 wheat pennies from the 1920s, a lock of blonde hair, and a lock of darker hair, each tied off with string, a small wine goblet, a shriveled up old rosebud, a granite figurine engraved with the Hebrew word for peace, shalom, and a single black cast iron candlestick holder, its base splayed out into 4 legs like the arms of an octopus. And carved into the back wall of the cabinet itself was a Hebrew prayer, the Shema, some of the holiest words in all of Judaism. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. None of it made sense when put together. There were no letters, no photos, nothing explaining why any of it had been locked away in the same cabinet. It was just a strange assortment of objects, and one prayer sealed inside a box that was never meant to be opened.
Hey, Brian.
At first, nothing happened. Then one afternoon, when Kevin was out of the shop, An employee called him in a full-blown panic, convinced someone had broken in. She could hear furniture getting thrown around, glass shattering, a man screaming his lungs out. Kevin raced back to find the place dead silent. No busted doors, no broken windows, no footprints. Just shattered light bulbs all over the basement floor, and the overpowering stench of cat urine hanging in the air. Except they didn't own a cat.
Not the cat urine.
That employee never came back to work. She never even picked up her last paycheck. Then came the dreams.
They're scared as fuck.
Over and over. Kevin would be walking beside someone he loved, and they'd stop, turn toward him, and their face would warp into something ancient, almost mummified, something seething with hatred. He'd wake up at the exact moment they lunged at him. Sometimes he'd be covered in bruises he couldn't explain. And here's what makes that part worse, because it wasn't only Kevin. He claimed that friends and family who stayed over at his place while the cabinet was in the house started describing the very same dream, the same warped, hate-filled face. People who'd never spoken to each other, waking up rattled by the exact same nightmare. Hoping to get this thing out of his life, Kevin gave the cabinet to his mother as a birthday gift. And imagine that, knowing what he knew, he decided to pass it on to his own mother. And the date he handed it over,
Not the mother.
October 31st, Halloween. That same day, she suffered a massive stroke and lost her ability to speak. When he visited her in the hospital and asked what she thought of her present,
he's evil. He's the evil
one. She reached for a letter
one.
pad and slowly spelled out 2 words: hate gift. He handed it off to his sister next. I know, right? A week later, she gave it back, insisting the doors wouldn't stay shut, no matter how she latched them.
Yeah, he didn't like the mother.
After that,
for real.
and he and his wife started complaining about strange smells drifting through the house. Sweet jasmine first, followed by something rotten and putrid underneath. They could never track the source, but believed the cabinet had something to do with it. Kevin eventually sold the cabinet to a middle-aged couple, and 3 days later, found it sitting right back outside his shop door. A little note tucked inside it. This has a bad darkness. By then, Kevin swore he was seeing things too. Dark shapes at the corner of his eye that vanished the second he tried to look straight at them. Customers claimed they saw them as well. He'd given the cabinet away, sold it, handed it to family, and every single time it found its way back to him.
No.
So he did the only thing he could do. He tried to pawn it off. He photographed it, wrote down everything that had happened, and listed it on eBay, figuring he was finally passing the burden along to somebody else. Instead, he was about to unleash the debug box onto the entire world. Kevin ended up getting a pile of bids on that cabinet. The winning bid came from a college student in Missouri named 𝔖𝔬𝔦𝔯𝔬𝔦𝔯𝔬𝔬 a total stranger with zero connection to Kevin. Never met him, never spoke to him, knew nothing beyond an eBay listing describing a cabinet that supposedly carried something evil. So he paid $140, and the cabinet showed up at his apartment a few days later. At first, nothing dramatic happened, just small stuff here and there. His hair started thinning out more than usual. He couldn't sleep right. A weird smell would drift through the apartment and vanish. And his car kept breaking down for no reason. Joseph figured some of it was probably just bad luck. But the unease never really let up. And 8 months later, he did exactly what Kevin had done. He put it back up for sale. Now it was a story shared by 2 strangers, half a country apart, describing eerily similar experiences. The cabinet's next owner was a museum director named Jason Haxton, who'd been following the growing legend online and wanted to get to the bottom of it. What he didn't expect was how completely it would take over his life. Within months, Jason broke out in hives. got migraines that wouldn't quit, and started having choking fits out of nowhere. More than once, he claimed his eyes started bleeding. Instead of getting rid of the thing, he threw himself into researching it, consulting rabbis, digging through Jewish folklore for anything that could explain a dybbuk and how you're supposed to deal with one. Jason said the cabinet never felt right in his hands. One time, he claimed the solid wood suddenly went soft, almost liquid, shifting under his fingers. Seconds later, a stabbing pain ripped through his stomach and dropped him straight to the floor. For a moment, he couldn't move at all. It didn't stop there. His wife developed painful, bleeding blisters after handling clothes he'd worn trying to contain the cabinet. Light bulbs in his office started exploding on their own, one after another, no cause anyone could find. It was as if whatever was in the cabinet was trying to leave Jason in literal darkness. Then the dream started. Night after night, the same figure, an old woman, her shriveled face frozen somewhere between grief and pure rage. She never spoke, never moved toward him, just stood there watching until he jolted awake. Kevin Mannis had described almost the exact same figure years earlier. The two men had never met, lived states apart, and by Jason's own account, he had no clue Kevin had ever mentioned nightmares in his listing. But the moment that really got under Jason's skin didn't happen while he was asleep. One evening, watching TV with his young son, the boy suddenly turned toward the dark hallway and pointed. He said he saw something moving, not a person, not an animal. A dark, flame-shaped thing glided silently through the house before it disappeared. Jason saw nothing himself, but he couldn't shake off what his son had described. Something a little kid had no business being able to invent. That's the moment Jason stopped treating the cabinet like a curiosity. He commissioned a gold-lined ark, sealed the cabinet inside, not to destroy whatever was attached to it, just to keep it contained, and for years refused to tell anyone where he'd hidden it. By now, the Dybbuk box had become something way bigger than the forgotten wine cabinet Kevin Mannis once tossed up on eBay. A furniture restorer, a college student, a museum director, strangers linked by nothing but this one cabinet, all telling remarkably similar stories about the same unseen thing. For more than 20 years, this story has spread almost exactly as Kevin Mannis first told it. A Holocaust survivor, a cursed cabinet, a spirit sealed inside. But once people started looking more closely, what they found didn't make the story any easier to dismiss. It made it stranger. So let's start with the woman herself. The Holocaust survivor who supposedly owned the cabinet for decades without ever opening it. Kevin did give her a name in his telling, ℏ𝔲, said to have lived to 103. But that's where it ends. No death record, no photograph, no paper trail, nothing to prove ℏ𝔲 ever drew a single breath. Which raises an uncomfortable question. If she isn't a real person, then what exactly attached itself to three strangers who never met her? And never even met each other. And there's a hole in the story that's even harder to explain away. Kevin always said ℏ𝔲's entire family, her parents, her brothers, her sister, her husband, her children, were all murdered during the war. Every last one. So then, where did the granddaughter come from? The granddaughter who supposedly ran up to him at the sale and warned him what he'd bought. If everyone died, she shouldn't exist. Yeah. And yet, she's the one who set this whole legend in motion. And then there's the Dybbuk box itself. Dybbukim are real figures in Jewish folklore, stretching back centuries, and that part of the story has genuine historical roots. The box does not. Researchers comb through religious texts and historical records and found stories of possession, exorcism, and wandering spirits, but never once, anywhere, a dybbuk sealed inside a wooden cabinet. Not before 2003, anyway. Which leaves only two possibilities. Either something old had found an entirely new way to travel, or something else was happening here. Then there was the post. In 2015, Kevin dared anyone online to find proof that a dybbuk box had ever existed before his listing. If someone could, he said, he'd pay them $100,000. He joked he'd tattoo the winner's name across his own forehead. And nobody came forward. What made Kevin so sure, so certain that he was the only person in history ever to have stumbled onto a genuine cursed cabinet with a dybbuk inside it? In 2011, Jason Haxton published a book detailing his ordeal with the cabinet, written as fact rather than fiction. It found an audience, and soon word spread like wildfire, and Hollywood came knocking. In 2012, The Possession, a horror film produced by Sam Raimi, was loosely based on the legend of the dybbuk box. It hit theaters worldwide, with both Manus and Haxton signed on as consultants. The dybbuk box wasn't just an eBay listing anymore. It was a pop culture phenomenon. Even the film's production crew developed its own strange theories. The director recalled an unlit ceiling light exploding above him without warning. In 5 days after filming wrapped, a fire reportedly destroyed many of the movie's props, including the box replica itself. No one has ever substantiated those claims, but no one has ever ruled them out either. Eventually, the cabinet made its way into the hands of paranormal investigator Zach Bagans, who put it on permanent display in his haunted museum out of Las Vegas. Behind glass, surrounded by warning signs where visitors have to be 18 and sign a waiver just to stand near it. It was there on Bagans' show, Deadly Possessions, that Manus and Haxton got reunited with the cabinet on camera. In one seriously unsettling segment, Manus stood in the museum's basement reciting an eerie monologue about a figure he called the Shadow Man, while the lights flickered around him. He then started coughing uncontrollably while a rabbi on set tried to step in. Bagans later claimed that touching the box sent what he called a dark force surging through his whole body, calling it one of the scariest moments of his life. Around that same time, the museum reported strange holes appearing in walls near the display, as if something on the other side were trying to claw its way out. Years later, Bagans went even further. On camera, he claimed he actually opened the box, and that it spoke. He said he heard it whisper a name, Kevin, and then the word evil, followed by what sounded like the voice of a child. His crew swore they caught a figure forming inside the cabinet on film. Then, in June of 2018, this legend found a brand new audience. Musician Post Malone toured the museum, and Bagans took the cabinet out of its case. Now, remember, normally you have to sign a waiver just to stand near this thing. But Post Malone was a celebrity, so none of those precautions were taken. The second Bagans touched the box, Malone rested a hand on his shoulder. That's it. That's all the contact there was. In the weeks that followed, Malone's private jet made an emergency landing after a wheel got damaged mid-flight. He survived a serious car wreck, and armed intruders broke into a house he'd recently owned. He later confirmed all three on Late Night with Seth Meyers, calling it really, really odd stuff. By then, one eBay listing had become a best-selling book, a Hollywood movie, a museum exhibit, and a story a Grammy-nominated musician wouldn't stop talking about. Millions of people had heard it, millions more had passed it along. This thing had a life of its own now. Which brings us to the part of the story none of us saw coming. In 2021, after 20 years of speculation, Kevin Manus finally sat down and addressed the whole thing. On the record, and he made a confession. He called himself, first and foremost, a creative writer. And he said the Dybbuk box story, the one that had made the rounds on mainstream media for nearly 2 decades, had started out as something he concocted, not an ancient legend, not a family secret, just a story cooked up by one guy at his desk. That Hebrew prayer carved into the back of the cabinet, his own carving, that engraved stone inside, he made that too. The hair, it came from one of his friends who later admitted as much. Every object in that box was handpicked and arranged to suggest a history that never actually existed. Not to prove anything, just to spark people's curiosity. His goal from day one, he said, was to build an interactive horror story that would never really end. Because every new owner became another chapter. Every weird coincidence, another piece of the legend. And that eerie shadow man monologue he'd recited in the museum basement, coughing and choking while the lights flickered, that wasn't possession. Skeptics later dug up the truth. It was a spoken word piece Manus had written and uploaded to a music site years earlier. A poem. His own poem. He wasn't overcome by anything. He was performing his own material. He even admitted that the 2015 post, the 100 grand, the tattoo joke, was his first attempt at coming clean, 6 years before his full confession. Nobody caught on. And even after he came right out and said it, in his own words, in public, the legend didn't slow down one bit. And here's the thing that keeps this from being a tidy little story about a clever writer. Jason Haxton, the man who bled, blistered, and buried the cabinet in a gold-lined ark, has never fully accepted Kevin's confession. He believes something real happened to him. He said on record that he thinks Kevin didn't just write a scary story. He thinks Kevin deliberately put something real inside that box. Kevin denies that flat out. Neither man has ever backed down. And Zach Bagans, when told about the confession, he refused to concede a thing, pointing to everything his staff, his crew, his visitors, and Post Malone claimed to have experienced. But think about this. The whole legend rests on one image, an evil spirit trapped inside a box. But in the real folklore this story stole from, that's impossible. A Dybbuk can't live in an object. It survives by clinging to a living person, a host. A Dybbuk sealed in a cabinet isn't a real Dybbuk at all. So think about what that means. If something real was ever in this story, it was never in the box. The moment a living person got close enough, it would have moved into them. Kevin, Yosef, Jason, and that leaves you with 2 ways the story ends. If Kevin was telling the truth in his confession, it was all made up. There was never a Dybbuk, and there's nothing to be afraid of. But if Haxton is right, if something real did slip in, then Kevin's confession changes nothing, because a real Dybbuk was never in that box for him to take back. It escaped a long, long time ago into a person, maybe one of the men who owned it, maybe somebody who just stood a little too close on that display.
Should run away, yeah.
Just like tonight. Okay, that is the end of tonight's story. I would really love to know what you guys think about this story. So join the discussion in the comment section, and I will see you guys on the next episode. Until then, good night. Bye-bye.
It's so crazy though. If it was just a fictional story, what if a real spirit like started living in that box? It's gonna be wild.
Hey there, beauties and bees! Welcome back to the show. Is there anything creepier than dolls and mannequins?
Yeah,
There's
clowns.
Something about the
Clowns
smooth,
are creepy.
glossy skin and the realistic but soulless eyes that just does something to me. You know, when I was a kid, there was nothing I wanted more than a Mimi doll. I don't know if she's still popular now, but anyways, she was sort of the Barbie of Korea.
I just want to say
cute,
that
cool.
I love like going to garage sales and buy secondhand clothes, mainly because I'm broke. I'm a broke ass bitch. Second, I just don't see the appeal of branded clothing. Third, yeah, that's it. I'm just a broke ass bitch and I can't afford expensive shit. So, I always go for garage sales, the flea market for used clothing that still looks absolutely amazing. Still in a mint condition, right? And whenever I come home, back then, whenever I come home, because I barely buy things now because I'm broke, right? Whenever I come home, bringing myself with me like a new batch of used clothing I got from the flea market or the garage sales whatsoever, my dad would be like, "Oh, you're bringing home dead people's clothes again." I'm like, well, these dead people should be proud I'm wearing their clothes. Come on. It's like I'm giving them a compliment that they have such a nice fashion taste even after death. Hello? I'm honoring their death. What the hell? That's my point.
And she had the best outfits, and I just loved her. So I
was going to get haunted by a pair of pants, bruh.
That, and I dropped hints everywhere about how much I wanted a Mimi.
This is how Brian found me. He picked me up from a garage sale.
My grandma gave me this beautiful cloth-wrapped gift. So, Mimi, I thought. I tried to open the wrapping with as much control as possible. First one corner, then the other, and finally the pink box began to emerge.
Well, my father just
it wasn't a Mimi doll.
It
was a baby doll with those eyes that roll back and close when you lay it down.
And
while I was staring,
from dead
horrified,
people. So I'm like,
my mom continued to open the box, all excited for me, and she lifted out the doll and handed it to me like it was a real baby. And guys, when I tell you I took that baby doll by the arm and flung it across the room, I was pissed. Yeah, I'm not exactly proud of my behavior. I'm a little embarrassed to think back on that memory, even though my family thinks it's the funniest thing. But maybe that explains how lifelong my creepy doll hateration is. And please tell me I'm not alone. So imagine how I feel today as we go to an island full of dolls. Like fruit.
I know this island.
They dangle from trees and sprout from bushes.
Such a creepy
sometimes
island.
Their whole bodies, sometimes just arms, legs, heads. In many cases, their plastic has degraded over the years, and black goo spills from mouths or eye sockets. Frilly pink dresses are tattered and moth-eaten. Chubby arms and legs have lost their form and dangle disjointed. In the daytime, the hordes of broken dolls is bad enough. In the night, their faces catch the light and shine like moons. And sometimes, just when they think you're not looking, they might even move. How did this island come to be? What strange force sweeps around the island, and what tragedy happened there? Let's try to find out.
What if you wake up one day,
today, come with me
you're
to
just
Mexico
there in that island?
And the
I'd probably
Isla de
go
las
insane.
Muñecas, the island of dolls.
I'd probably go insane, I feel like.
In the 1950s, a quiet and devout man by the name of Don Julian Santana Barrera moved to a chinampa in the water channels of Xochimilco on the south side of Mexico City. A chinampa is a kind of artificial island created by farmers in wetlands, sometimes called floating gardens, a name I really like. These canals were first created by Mexica or Aztecs hundreds of years ago. Barrera wanted to live alone, in peace, far from the chaos and noise of Mexico City, as well as the judgment of others. He was deeply religious and felt persecuted among the general population who felt his religious beliefs were
What if
too
free
strong.
food,
He
electricity,
tended
and
the land,
Wi-Fi, but
spending
Doll
his days in
Island?
quiet solitude, caring for the emerald spinach and
I
ruby
go
radishes
insane
of his
before
plot.
enjoying all the free
Then
stuff.
one evening, everything changed. Work finished for the evening. He unbent his back and stretched,
It's a little different when
brushing
you
soil
can
from
see
his thighs and knees. He closed his eyes against the setting sun. There was still a lot of warmth in it, but even as it washed over his face, he felt a chill, a feeling of intense wrongness that was like cold iron bars shooting through his feet and all the way up through his body. He turned from the sun and opened his eyes, scanning them across the neat rows of vegetation, then towards the nearby canal, golden in the sun. There was a shape, dark, round, something ballooning at the back. Ever so slowly, it moved along the gleaming water like a bead of dark honey down the side of a jar. Barrera's eyes narrowed, assessing, but if he was honest with himself, his instinct already knew what he was seeing. A body. His feet moved before his mind did, carrying him in the direction of this shape. As he got closer, he saw how small it was. It was a child. His pace picked up, and before he knew it, he was plunging into the water. The splashing sound startled birds from the trees, and all their evening chirping stopped. There was only silence, and Barrera's heavy legs moving through the water now. Finally, he intercepted
He's gonna drown. I feel like he's gonna drown.
The ballooning pink shape was a pretty pink dress that had trapped some air and created a morbid sail. Her firm, chubby arms lay either side of her, and her head remained submerged, dragged down by the weight of her dark hair. He heaved the body up and into his arms. It was a weight he would never forget, heavy as it should be, heavy as death. He stumbled back through the water and towards the bank, depositing the girl at the edge before lifting himself out. He was shivering badly, even though the evening was warm. He turned the girl onto her back, and it was clear that she was dead. Her little body moved easily, though, bonelessly. It was clear she wasn't long dead. But how could it be? A dead little girl. Grief rose up in him like a tide. Her skin was waxy white, her lips blue, her eyes were open, a vivid green.
Ew, the eyes are open? Bro, I'm so
but they were empty and staring. The dark lashes clumped and so thick, they looked almost artificial, almost like a doll's.
We offered toys to souls die young.
After reporting the matter to the authorities and seeing the little girl's body carried away, Barrera returned to his garden. But he felt like something had fundamentally changed about it. His vegetables were thriving, but he felt depleted, wilted. It was like the death of the little girl had asked a question, and now he was poised, waiting for an answer. One day, not long after the event, things in his chinampa took a strange turn. Barrera was just putting his tools away one evening when he started to hear sweet singing coming from the direction of the water. He turned to look, knocking some tools with his elbow. They clattered to the floor, and the singing stopped. When he stopped to pick up the tools, the singing started again. His heart froze. He recognized the song. Mexican fam? I bet you can guess what the song is. Woe is me, Llorona, Llorona, you are my darling. It was the Mexican folk song La Llorona, a sad, powerful lament inspired by the folktale of the weeping woman. More on her later. The tool slipped from his hands. He stood, turning back again to the water, but whatever had been standing there vanished, leaving him only with the faintest impression that something had been there at all. It continued like this for many days. He tried to tell others about it, but they assured him it was the shock of finding the body and the old tales of river spirits getting to him. But Barrera was certain he had seen what he'd seen, felt what he'd felt, and heard what he'd heard. After the singing came whispers, giggles. A small shape seemed to flit between the plants and stalks, and every time he tried to catch a full look at it, he failed. Sometimes, when he was more immersed in his work, he'd feel a sharp tug on his shirt, but turning, sick with fright, there was nothing. One time he heard, clear as cut glass, "I want my doll." But there was nobody around as far as the eye could see. Then it came, the evening he heard crying. You know those big, full-bodied sobs that children are especially good at, and we adults should probably do a lot more, maybe a lot more. It was that sound, the sound that no caring person can resist following to comfort that person or child. Barrera, despite being unsettled and scared, followed the sound all the way past the spinach crop, past his little shed, and towards the water's edge. He saw something floating down the stream towards him. He closed his eyes against it. My God, he thought. What is this? Not again. But it was smaller, much smaller than before. It was a doll. It lay the same way, face down, and the same pink fabric billowed up behind it, air trapped in its little dress. A dainty straw hat was still fixed on its head. Barrera ran back to fetch a stick, and carefully, he eased the doll out of the current and towards him. He lifted the doll from the water and held it between his trembling hands. He was certain that this doll belonged to the little girl. He was certain she sent it to him. Now, beauties and beasts, this is where, like a lot of these stories, crucial details deviate. What happens next is that Barrera hung the doll up, but there are different reasons given why he did it. Some say he put it up to honor the little girl, while other accounts say he put it up as a talisman to protect him. Others say he put the doll up as a protection for the little girl in the afterlife. Whatever the reason, Barrera believed that the doll represented something important to the little girl, and it was to be the first of many. The very next day, another doll appeared, then another. Barrera was certain that somehow the little girl was communicating with him. He continued fetching and hanging any dolls or toys he found in the canal and surrounding waters, slowly building a forest of broken, beaten toys. He didn't try to mend them or clean them. He believed the decay had a kind of point and power. This all started with the death of a little girl, after all. People became worried about the quiet farmer. Arriving on his island by the gondola-like trajinera, they'd step into a haunting land of dead-eyed dolls. But Barrera insisted that no, these tokens were important. They kept bad spirits at bay. They were sacred. Soon, some visitors would also be convinced. This story comes from Carlos. Carlos is actually from around Xochimilco. Back in 2002, Carlos and his friend Othello, that's right, like the Shakespeare play, visited the island. They both had an interest in local history and some time to kill. So they really wanted to check out this place on their doorstep with a creepy reputation. They started by researching the story, then they chatted to some locals. They talked to Mr. Lopez, who actually knew Barrera. They learned that Barrera was a once respected but troubled man, and that he had left his wife and child to live on the island. Mr. Lopez went on to say, "You should go and see the dolls, but do not step onto the island." Barrera lived in a hut, and from the waters he would fish out many items of rubbish. Often he would find old dolls that had floated down the canal, and every time he found a new one, he would place it in a tree or hang it upon a line. In time, he collected many, and when people asked him about it, he would tell them that the dolls were sacred to him, for they contained the spirit of a little girl who had died in the canal. The boys nodded along, but they had the feeling that maybe Mr. Lopez was exaggerating a little for their benefit. After all, the island had long become a tourist attraction. As they were standing to leave, Mr. Lopez offered some final information. Many believe that when the sun goes down and the dark night comes, the dolls come to life and walk upon the island. I myself have driven my ℒ𝔬𝔬 past the island at night, and I have seen things. What things? Carlos asked. Mr. Lopez seemed to carefully consider his next words. His sharp eyes regarded both boys for a long, long time. Finally, he answered. Small people, like very tiny children, running in the long grass. I have heard them giggling like children, but they are not children. A bone-deep shiver ran down Carlos's spine. He looked at Othello, but he seemed unbothered. His deep brown eyes sparkled with amusement. Thanks, Mr. Lopez, Othello said, and as they walked off, he nudged Carlos's arm like, get a load of this guy. But Carlos wasn't so sure. Mr.
They're
Lopez
thinking he's crazy,
looked
I
awfully
bet.
serious. The pair arrived on the island while it was still daytime. Their boatman didn't linger, only left them with a curt warning to be careful, and a promise he would return the next day to collect them. Though this he delivered with a cagey, uncertain look in his eyes. The island was just about as scary as described. There were a few other tourists wandering around, and sometimes they caught each other's eyes and giggled nervously. The blank eyes, or even eye sockets, followed them wherever they went, while an unsettled breeze blew through the dry plants and rickety old trellises. Carlos felt extremely uncomfortable, faced with head after head after head after head. Some of them had sunken cheeks, some had mouths dribbling black goo, some were sun-damaged in a way that left their plastic skin pockmarked and stippled with a texture like empty honeycomb. A sufferer of trypophobia, an intense fear of small holes or bumps, Carlos gagged and had to look away. Othello jostled his arm and smiled his broad, handsome smile. Night fell, the other tourists left, and both boys were left alone. The first thing Carlos noticed was how deafeningly loud the cicadas were. The pair had to raise their voices to be heard as they sat sipping coffee and eating snacks among the ravaged plastic bodies. Just as Carlos was about to offer another biscuit,
He died of a heart
Othello
attack?
sat up straighter,
Oh my goodness.
his eyes wide. He saw something moving in the darkness behind Carlos. Shut up, Carlos complained. He didn't like it when Othello goofed around in scary situations. But Othello shook his head. He was serious. He raised his torch towards the space behind Carlos. Screw this, Carlos thought, and scooted around so he was facing the same direction. Sure enough, something was moving in the darkness right behind where Carlos had been sitting. It moved in a slow arc back and forth, a pale blob shaped like a sausage. Carlos almost wanted to laugh, but then his eyes made sense of what he was seeing. It was a doll. No arms, no legs, just a torso and a head swinging by a rope from its neck like it had been hanged. Its pudgy little face should have been cute. It was originally a child's toy, for God's sake, but it was grinning grotesquely. Its plastic little teeth were all pointed. Just when the boys thought it couldn't get any stranger, the plastic mouth creaked open, then open again. Something was pushing its way out from within. White,
Oh my
glistening,
God.
undulating with movement.
Straight
from
out of a
inside.
horror movie,
A
bruh.
fat, wet worm dropped to the ground and split open where it landed, oozing greenish liquid. Both boys sprang to their feet,
Ew.
knocking over coffee and crushing biscuits.
Ew.
They sprinted to the edge of the island and started calling at the distant lights of boats to come help them.
Oh my
But they found
God.
their voices drowned out by the sound of the roaring cicadas. Othello spun around, suddenly with a yelp. What? Carlos cried. Footsteps, Othello answered. Panic surged through Carlos. He understood now how sheep became so startled they threw themselves off cliffs or into traffic. Something giggled right in his ear. He made to jump into the water. He'd swim from the island if he had to, but a firm hand caught his shirt from behind. No, said Othello. Don't you see? That's what they want. He swung the torch around and pointed it into the water. Through the greenish murk, old netting and a forest of canal weeds could be seen moving back and forth, slowly with the current. They want to drown us, Carlos. It was true. The water was much deeper than it first appeared, and Carlos wasn't exactly a good swimmer to begin with. He saw his near future.
I don't know how to
an
swim.
apparition. Him caught in the netting, shoes filling with water.
I'd die in
then
this
his
island.
mouth, then his lungs, as he was dragged down and down towards the same fate as the little girl. The canals weren't so deep, but they didn't have to be. Not if there was enough intent. Just as Carlos's panic was reaching fever pitch, a bright light nearly blinded them both. They threw their arms up to shield their eyes and then heard a familiar, graveling voice say, "You young people, you never listen." It was Mr. Lopez, back to fetch them. Reaching Mr. Lopez's small dock again, Carlos tried to explain what had happened with chattering teeth. Stuttering and failing, Carlos stopped as Othello took over. "They wanted us to run into the water," he said. "I am sure this is why they wanted to scare us." Mr. Lopez looked at him with tired but not unkind eyes. "Of course," he said. "What do you think happened to Mr. Barrera?" Mr. Barrera lived on the island for over 50 years. His collection grew and grew as he continued his mission to add more and more dolls. It's said that today there are around 4,000 dolls. In 2001,
Whoa.
Mr. Barrera's nephew joined him
Damn,
on the island
that's a
to
lot.
help him plant pumpkins. They worked together in the odd company of an army of dolls. At one point, the nephew went to work on the garden, and when he returned to find his uncle, his body was lying face down in the canal, drowned. It was in the exact same spot the girl's body was first found. He was 80 years old. Mr. Barrera's nephew later moved to the island. I know, right? He'd tell visitors about how the dolls would move their heads or whisper to each other. When he was asked who he thinks haunts the island, he answered plainly, "The little girl." He said you can still hear a little girl's voice at night. And he added that now you can also hear the sound of his uncle's cane. Is Mr. Barrera now the latest addition to this haunted island? And who, if
Probably.
anyone, will be the island's next victim? Some locals don't like the canals due to a bad energy rumored to flow through them long before Barrera discovered the body of the young girl. There are claims of seeing spirits in or above the water, and even stories about possessions. In fact, some people think Mr. Barrera was possessed. And then there is the song the little girl was singing, La Llorona. I don't want to get too much into it here because we have another video for that, so if you're curious, you can check out that video. But in many versions of the popular folktale, La Llorona is the ghost of a woman who drowned her children. She is now condemned to wander near rivers, lakes, and canals searching for them. In many tellings, her cry is an omen to stay away from the water at night. Could this be connected to Carlos and Othello's experience? Indeed, could this be connected to Mr. Barrera's fate? Then there is the power of water as it relates to death. During Dia de los Muertos, Days of the Dead, many Mexican families built an altar for their deceased loved ones. They place a glass of water on the altar to help quench the thirst of the deceased as they make their long journey in the afterlife. Water was also seen as a connection to the divine. And then there is the more direct meaning. The river of life, purification, a connection between this place and the next, and so on. What are our thoughts on the power of water when it comes to spirits and death? Guys, I think it's interesting and sad and maybe comforting sometimes. How grief is often expressed through items or tokens. How we need something physical still here in this plane to remember those who have passed over. For Mr. Barrera, it was dolls, and it's possible he was really a man in the grip of religious zealousness or who wanted to find meaning in the meaningless death of a child. Maybe through isolation, he became unwell, vulnerable to sadnesses that only grew over time with each new doll. You will be shocked to hear that the island of dolls is absolutely somewhere I could never go. I'm just way too creeped out by dolls. But I'm sure that, among other things, it's a powerful shrine, not only to that girl, but to our own relationship with loss and the beyond. So what do you think? And where are all my doll haters at? Let's catch up in the comments. And until next time,
doll haters. Are there really doll haters? I'm not a hater of clowns. I just find them creepy sometimes.
August 7th, 1994, Oakville, Washington. A small, peaceful town where downpours were a regular
dolls
part of
freak
life.
You out?
That
you never
morning,
played
however,
with dolls
the
when you were
rain was
younger?
unlike anything
Wait,
Oakville
what?
had ever seen. These were no ordinary raindrops. What fell from the sky were jelly-like blobs that were squishy to the touch. They were described as stretchy and sticky. The townsfolk were mystified, but their curiosity quickly turned into horror as people began falling seriously ill. Even animals were not spared. Pets and livestock were dropping dead. Was it all caused by the mysterious jelly rain? What exactly was in the jelly? And why, for some residents, would the nightmare last not days, but months? Let's get into the story. Police officer David Lacey was patrolling the town in the early hours. Around 3 a.m., a rainstorm came swiftly. Not unusual for a town that receives over 50 inches of rain a year, and that's well above the US average of about 30 inches. Officer Lacey switched on his windshield wipers, but instead of clearing away the rain, the screen turned cloudy. The wipers started making a strange, squeaking, grinding sound. Sensing something amiss, he pulled into a gas station and got out to examine his windshield. And he was met by a baffling sight. Small gelatinous blobs, about half a grain of rice in size, blanketed the entire windshield. Officer Lacey looked around, and the blobs were everywhere. Curious, he picked up a piece and examined it from every angle. He held it to his nose. It smelled faintly of rainwater, but was otherwise odorless. The texture was soft and slippery. It felt like the kind of jelly one might snack on, not something you'd expect to fall from the sky. So how did it end up as rain? Officer Lacey wasn't the only one who had questions. As Oakville stirred to life, residents woke up to their porches, lawns, and roads covered by the strange substance. It became the talk of the town soon enough as word spread among the population of less than 700. The jelly rain fell 5 more times over the next 3 weeks, covering an area about 20 square miles. And that's roughly the size of Manhattan or half of San Francisco City. And it wasn't just the rain that was strange. In the days that followed, some residents noticed something else. The finish of their cars had started to dull and pit, almost as if something had eaten into the paint. According to some locals, the odd jelly had left a mark behind. This detail was never independently confirmed in the original lab reports, but became one of the strangest pieces of the puzzle. Because how do you explain a substance that's gentle enough to be mistaken for jelly, yet apparently aggressive enough to strip paint? People were puzzled, but didn't immediately raise alarms, at least not until they started getting sick, one by one. And it wasn't the ordinary kind of sick. Crushing fatigue, waves of nausea that wouldn't quit, breath that wouldn't come easy, and vertigo so violent some couldn't even stand. Officer Eliesczhae was one of the first to report becoming ill, and he wouldn't be the last. Beverly Roberts, who'd kept a piece of the jelly out of curiosity, began to feel unwell too. By her own account, the illness didn't pass in a few days the way a normal flu might. It dragged on. Weeks turned into months, by some accounts 2 to 3 months, before she started to feel like herself again. So did Dottie Hearn, who collapsed on her bathroom floor, too weak to move. Her daughter, Sunny Barclift, found her pale, barely able to speak, unable to get herself up off the floor. For Sunny, that moment is often described as the one where the jelly rain stopped being a curiosity and became something frightening. And she wasn't alone in that shift. Across the town, what have started as neighbors swapping stories about the strange substance on their lawns slowly turned into something closer to dread, as more and more households reported someone in the family falling ill within days of each other. Other residents described symptoms that came in waves rather than all at once. A few days of feeling fine, followed by another crash of fatigue and nausea, as though the illness simply wasn't finished with them yet. For a town used to dealing with little more than seasonal colds and the occasional flu, this kind of relapsing sickness was something new, and it left people guessing at what they'd actually been exposed to. Oakville's police chief wasn't spared either. He was reportedly so sick that he wasn't able to carry out his duties for a stretch of time. The man whose job it was to investigate the jelly rain was, for a while, sidelined by it himself. It's not a detail that made it into official records, but residents who lived through it remember it. Whatever was in the jelly, it seemed, you didn't need to be standing under it to be affected by it. Several residents said that they had picked up a blob with their bare hands, and within hours, they felt the same crushing fatigue and body aches as everyone else. Then came the animals. Pets, livestock, creatures that had no business getting sick started showing the same telltale signs. Vomiting, diarrhea, some didn't survive. Beverly was quoted as saying she had spotted a dead frog and raven near the blobs in her garden and knew of at least 12 animals that died. Neighbors compared notes over fences. Parents kept kids off the lawn. People who'd normally let their dogs roam free started keeping them indoors, just in case. Almost everyone either knew someone who gotten sick or had gotten sick themselves. Inevitably, a pattern was emerging. Surely it's no mere coincidence for so many to fall sick at the same time. So news crews began showing up. Reporters knocked on doors, asking residents to describe the jelly, the smell, the symptoms, anything that might help explain what had happened. Local papers ran the story first, but it didn't stay local for long. By the third week of August, the New York Times had picked up the story, publishing a piece on the unexplained jelly. It gave Oakville a level of national credibility the town rarely got. Suddenly, a place most Americans had never heard of was being discussed in one of the country's most read newspapers. As the days wore on, Oakville transformed from a town where practically nothing happened to becoming the center of national attention. For some residents, the unfamiliar spotlight added to their unease, a sense that something had indeed gone very wrong in their quiet town. People were no longer just asking, what is in the jelly? But more urgently, what is it doing to us? When Dottie Hearn collapsed in her home, her daughter Sunny Barclift had a hunch that it could be linked to the jelly. She collected samples and handed them to the hospital for testing. A technician reportedly found that it contained white blood cells, but could not ascertain if they were human. This deepened the mystery, but not for long. The finding didn't survive scrutiny. Different retellings over the years described the technician's comments differently. Some stated white blood cells specifically. Others said the cells simply resembled them. No one could agree on what that very first test actually showed. More tests were carried out to varying results. At the Washington State Department of Health, microbiologist Mike McDowell discovered 2 types of bacteria. The first was Pseudomonas fluorescens, commonly found in soil, on plants, and in water. The second bacterium was Enterobacter cloacea, a microbe that lives quietly in the human gut, usually causing no trouble at all, except in people with weakened immune systems, in which case it could lead to pneumonia or urinary tract infections. Some seized on this. Maybe, they argued, this bacterium could explain everything. But the theory didn't hold up. If Enterobacter cloacea were truly behind the wave of illness, it would have been concentrated among the very young, the elderly, or those with already compromised immune systems. It might happen at, say, a hospital ward filled with sickly patients. Instead, healthy adults like Officer Lacey were falling ill right alongside them, and sweeping through an entire town where the community was generally healthy. Statistically, it was a stretch. Barcliffe didn't give up. She sent samples to the Washington State Department of Ecology and persuaded Mike O'Sweiler, a hazmat responder with a hazardous material spill response unit, to look into them. O'Sweiler reported the presence of cells of various sizes, but didn't find any nuclei. No nuclei meant that they were not white blood cells, contradicting the hospital technician's initial findings. Oakville was back at square one, but all was not lost. 1 year after the jelly rain had come and gone, Barcliffe found one last sample stored in her freezer. She sent it to the private lab where microbiologist Tim Davis got to work. What he found added yet another layer to the mystery. Eukaryotic cells, cells with a nucleus, the kind of cells found in animals, not bacteria, not a microbe. So this was something that was alive, or had once been. Davis noted that the cells, he observed, didn't cleanly resemble any single species he could identify on site. That ambiguity might have meant degraded, frozen, then thawed samples that had simply broken down too much to classify after a year in a home freezer.
Aliens.
No one, including Davis, was willing to say which for certain.
Are y'all an alien?
4 labs, 4 tests, 4 results later, there was still no conclusion. No one could agree on anything, not even at the cellular level. And the more you line these findings up, side by side, the stranger the picture gets. This was a substance that reportedly melted at room temperature, yet held together long enough to blanket windshields and lawns across 20 square miles. It may have contained living cells, yet some say it also stripped the paint off cars. That's something you'd expect from a corrosive chemical, not a biological sample. And somehow, this same substance allegedly made people sick just from touching it with bare hands. Biological, chemical, both somehow, and neither somehow. None of it fit together. Sonny Barcliffe, more than anyone, lived through that uncertainty. It stayed with her for a long time. After watching 4 different labs fail to agree on what the jelly even was, it's not hard to understand why she came to believe that someone, somewhere, already knew the answer, but wasn't telling. One thing was clear. What started out as strange weather had morphed into something much bigger, something that became known as the Oakville blobs. Once that name took hold, the theories came fast. With the exposure came a flood of theories from people who had never even set foot in Oakville. Armchair investigators wrote in with their own explanations. Some plausible, some wild, and the case began circulating in early internet forums and paranormal newsletters, long before viral was even a word people used for stories like this. Some said the blobs were waste that fell out of an airplane. Others said it came from the sea. Some believed it came from somewhere far more deliberate. So let's dive deeper into these three main hypotheses. One would prove more shocking than the others. So the first theory was that the jelly was waste dropped from an airplane, specifically toilet waste mixed with disinfectant, frozen solid by the frigid air at high altitude. People call this blue ice. So under normal circumstances, the waste tank is never supposed to be emptied during flight, but there had been the occasional incident where blue ice actually fell to the ground or hit and damaged the roofs of houses. But this hypothesis was quickly met with rebuttals. For one, blue ice, as its name suggests, is characteristically blue in color. The jelly that fell on Oakville was translucent. The texture was different too. Blue ice is hard, not squishy. Even if blue ice had really fallen from an airplane, the idea that it could fall across about 20 square miles of land, not once but 6 times in total, what were the odds? And there was a logistical problem too. Blue ice incidents, on the rare occasions they do happen, can typically be traced back to a single flight on a single day. Oakville's jelly rain repeated itself over 3 weeks, which would have meant multiple planes on multiple separate occasions, all leaking waste over the exact same small town. A coincidence that didn't even make sense for supporters of the theory. The second theory suggested that it could be jellyfish. Some townsfolk remarked that the jelly looked and felt similar to the tentacles of a jellyfish.
Well, it is translucent.
But how did the oceanic creatures get to the clouds and then drop to Earth like rain? Some believe that a water spout could have sucked seawater up and into the sky along with the jellyfish. After traveling dozens of miles, the jellyfish broke into pieces and came down with the rain. It sounds like the makings of a sci-fi film, but in reality, was it possible for a water spout to suck up that quantity of jellyfish and carry them more than 30 miles inland? Supporters of the theory offered another explanation. At the time, the 354th Fighter Squadron was conducting practice bombing runs roughly 50 miles off the Washington coast. Maybe the explosions had blown apart schools of jellyfish, sending fragments high into the air where they were swept inland and fell with the rain. But not a single lab across a year of testing found anything resembling jellyfish in the samples. This made the theory difficult to sustain, however appealing the visual similarity might have been. The third hypothesis was formed through eyewitness accounts. Locals have spotted military aircraft flying over Oakville at low altitude on several occasions. This raised suspicions that the military or the government was secretly carrying out biochemical weapons testing on Oakville. It wasn't without merit. This had actually happened in the past. In 1950, the U.S. Navy deliberately released a bacterium over the San Francisco area in a horrifying experiment meant to study the effects on the human body. And in 1968,
I wouldn't put it past the government
to
do that evil deed.
Test at a proving ground in Utah. It killed 6,000 sheep. Closer to home, Western Washington had long hosted Air Force and Navy installations. Military aircraft were, and still are, a familiar sight in parts of the state. When Oakville residents reported seeing low-flying military planes around the time of the jelly rain, it fueled suspicions that the two events might be connected. It wasn't entirely far-fetched to believe that the jelly rain could be some sort of secret experiment. But what were they testing, and why Oakville? As if that wasn't enough to cause ripples, an unexpected incident further shook residents to the core. It was a mystery within an already complex mystery. Mike McDowell, the microbiologist who had discovered the 2 types of bacteria in the jelly, had wanted to conduct further tests on the samples, but they had vanished from his lab. When McDowell reported the matter to his supervisor, he was reportedly told, "Do not ask." There were also whispers, supposedly shared by McDowell's sons years after the incident, that his receptionist at the time had said the black suits took it. Such cryptic undertones added fuel to the biochemical weapons theory. If the jelly rain was indeed some sort of hushed experiment, it's not surprising that there would be attempts to destroy or cover up the evidence. That could explain another odd incident that happened 3 years after the jelly rain first fell. 3 unfamiliar men showed up at the diner where Barcliff worked and asked her pointed questions about the blobs. She has described the encounters as unsettling, less for what the men said than for how they said it. Calm, methodical questions about specifics she hadn't spoken about publicly in years. They never explained who they worked for or why they cared. By Barcliff's account, they left as suddenly as they'd arrived, offering no business cards,
Universe
no
is young enough, we
follow-up,
might be
and
the
no
only
answers.
ones at the moment.
Customers at the diner who had observed the exchange had taken notes on the vehicle that the men arrived in, and in particular,
is my memory failing me?
Barcliff later found out that it was registered to Fort Hood, now Fort Cavazos, Texas, one of the U.S. Army's largest installations. Why did those men drive over 2,000 miles to Oakville to question her? Who had sent them? What do they want with the information she provided? A mysterious jelly poured from the skies over Oakville over 30 years ago. In the weeks that followed, residents reported serious illnesses that, for some, dragged on for months, while pets and livestock suffered unusual symptoms of their own. Even the town's own police chief, by some accounts, wasn't spared. Was the jelly actually blue ice dumped from airplanes, or fragments of jellyfish sucked up from the sea? A biochemical weapon the government was secretly testing. Whatever it was, it left behind a substance that seemed to break its own rules, melting like jelly, yet allegedly damaging paint like a chemical, supposedly carrying living cells, yet defying every lab that tried to pin it down. More than 3 decades on, the Oakville blobs remains a mystery with more questions than answers. Oakville continues to receive abundant rain. The blobs, they have not been seen again in the quiet town since that summer of 1994. Although it's worth noting that in 2025, in another small town called Rochester, just 10 miles from Oakville, a resident claimed that similar gelatinous bits fell from the sky during a rainstorm. Could the Oakville blobs have returned? We might just have to come back to that one. Okay, that is the end of today's story, and what do you think? If you have your own theory, please write them in the comments. Okay, time to say goodbye, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey there, beauties and bees! Welcome back to the show. We are at the final episode of our Appalachian trilogy. We've covered the lore of the mountains, the famous Greenbrier ghost, and now we arrive at one of Appalachia's most notorious and even beloved legends. So shall we start with a little guided meditation of sorts? Let's do it. It's a still, cool autumn night, and it's still early, just past dark. But it feels like the whole world is asleep. Not even the bats are zipping overhead. The only sound is the distant hum of the highway. The sky is a sea of gray, an orange cloud lit by a warm moon rising. Close your eyes and listen. Shh. Can you hear the beating of wings? A sensation runs up and down the length of your bare arms, whipping the hairs to attention. There is the sweeping of air and the brush of velvet. Open your eyes again and unfocus them. Let your gaze drift to the middle distance and imagine you're looking into a deep, dark wood. Twin points of red stare back. Eyes. As your gaze adjusts, you see a figure take shape around the glowing red eyes. Two massive shapes like the black sails of pirate ships rising up from behind it. Legend has already told you what you're seeing. Legend, you realize, has already told you what it means. You're looking at a cryptid, a mysterious creature who lives in rumor and mist. And this is one of the most famous cryptids of all. You are looking at the Mothman.
Mothman? What the hell is a Mothman?
November 12, 1966, Clendenin, West Virginia. This is the state where the Greenbrier ghost of our last story gave her chilling testimony against her murderer. And this is the state of the terrifying and tragic Trans-Allegheny Asylum. So if any West Virginians or people from Appalachia in general are watching, please get in touch in the comments if you have stories or accounts of your own.
It's scary.
Around 20
I've seen
miles
a
from
lot
Charleston,
of
Clendenin is a small town. And in 1966, the population was only around 1,500. The kind of town where everyone knows everyone and where, to quote the meme, nothing ever happens. 5 gravediggers were working their shift when something caught their attention above them. One by one, they stretched out their tired backs to look up. You know, I think humans, like most animals, have this awareness that most of us never engage with in day-to-day life, but it's an innate survival mechanism. Because even though these guys were at hard work, something in their gut told them to look up from the ditches. Above them, a dark mass soared through the sky. It shot to the trees, then darted between them, fast as a swift. The gravediggers later recorded that they'd seen a huge brown-winged human being. They were terrified and didn't even take the time to glance at each other for assurance before they threw down their shovels and heaved themselves out of the hole or slipped and stumbled over mounds of earth. The fact that these men were scared, given their occupation, says a lot. As they ran from the graveyard, it was like the air was being churned up around them by the beating of those enormous wings. Each of them was so sure that at any moment, their animal fear that something was about to careen into them from behind and snatch them up into the air would be justified. Whatever that was they'd seen was no good, not natural, and could only mean harm. But as they began to tire and slow, they turned to see that the creature vanished. The men were left gasping, shaking their hands together to the sky, that their lives had been spared. This became what's considered to be the first sighting of the Mothman, a giant of supernatural storytelling and a creature that, to this day, raises more questions than it answers. But we will try to answer some today. And, okay, probably ask more questions. That's what we do, right? 3 days after the gravediggers' encounter, another sighting happened in nearby Point Pleasant. I think there are few places on this planet more well-known for the supernatural than Point Pleasant, West Virginia. 2 young couples, Roger and Linda Scarberry, and Mary and Steve Mallet, had driven to a wooded area west of Point Pleasant that was one of those romantic hotspots that get popular because they're a little creepy. You know, the kind I'm talking about. Like, when I was a kid, it was an abandoned school.
If someone brings
in this case, it was an old World War II munition site near a power station.
I don't know, maybe
the
it's
4 of them were just
over.
hanging out and making out, of course.
Not unless
when they had the sensation
you told me
of
beforehand,
being watched.
You know,
glancing out through the car window, they saw a pair of
if
red
I'm
eyes
down.
steadily staring back at them.
But if it's like
Squinting
a surprise,
into the darkness,
oh
the
my
shape
God.
of something began to materialize around the glowing red orbs. It was huge, hulky, heavy. It stood proudly with broad shoulders, and behind it, broad and powerful shapes arced upwards, then down again, their ends sweeping the floor. There was just a beat of silence as the four people processed what they were seeing. Then, as one, they screamed in terror.
Food and water
the sound roused the creature, and it leaped into the air, heading straight for them. It shrieked as it flew at them, a noise that pierced their eardrums and sounded totally alien, like no animal, and like no human. It landed in front of them, but the moment the headlights washed over it, it shrieked and flew off again.
That's what I'm saying.
Roger hit the gas.
You asked me first if I'm down.
As they struggled to gain traction.
Surprise me with shit like
finally, they bit into the road,
I can see
and the car
things.
started tearing away.
And I can feel
but they
things.
weren't about to get away so easily.
I can even
because
smell
the creature
things.
was right behind
You know,
them.
that's how I know if
And
like someone died in this area
trying to block out
or
the
in
screams
this house.
of the others, Roger looked down at the
So
speedometer.
yeah, it's not a really good
it
idea
read
to bring me
100
to
miles per hour. He pressed his foot down on the accelerator, but it was no use. As the enormous creature grew larger in the rearview mirror, Roger's mind raced to think of a solution that would save them. Just as they exited the town limits and it looked like they were about to get caught, the creature shot overhead and disappeared into a field. Roger slowed the car and stopped it, but he kept the engine running. The car's occupants sat in stunned silence. What had they just seen? The drive back to the town was long and fraught, each person shaken, each embarrassed by their screaming, each endlessly thankful for their lives. They made their way to the sheriff's department and reported what they'd seen to Deputy Sheriff Millard Halstead. The officer later recounted how spooked they'd all appeared. He said, "I've known these kids all their lives. They'd never been in trouble, and they were really scared that night." In the first sighting by the gravediggers, the men were paranoid that they wouldn't be believed. They knew what they'd seen sounded impossible. In this case, Halstead was kind enough to add, "I took them seriously." He even followed them back to the last area they'd seen the creature, but there was no sign of it. When he went to radio in his update, a loud shrieking came over the radio, and he violently shut the sound off. He was right to take them seriously, it seemed. The next day, there was a meeting with the press. The couples told their encounter to the room. Having described it, the humanoid shape, the red eyes and huge wings, the press dubbed the creature the Mothman, and thereby gave name to the legend. And I cannot resist adding this interesting little fact. The name Mothman was actually inspired by Batman, the TV show, which debuted in 1966. Which is sort of, you know, how Stan comes from the Eminem song and it feels so natural and like a name that's been around forever. So how can it come from something so modern? Yeah, that's sort of how this feels, right? Anyway, and there is one more witness I want to look at before I move on, and that's Newell Partridge. And dog lovers, look away now. Partridge was a building contractor based in Salem. No, not that one, the one in West Virginia. One evening, totally spent after a hard day's work, he was sitting on the couch with his beloved German Shepherd, Bandit, enjoying some television. At around 10:30 p.m., his television immediately cut out. Partridge sat up, alert. Then his TV began to act strangely. A weird pattern had been fuzzing across the screen. At the same time, a loud whining noise started up outside. Partridge later said it sounded like a generator starting up. Bandit launched into a frantic state of howling and barking. Already freaking out, Partridge rummaged around for his flashlight, grabbed it, and rushed outside to investigate. No sooner had he opened his door than he met with two red eyes that, to quote, looked like bicycle reflectors. They were staring back at them from beside his barn, which was about 150 yards, around 130 meters from his house. He was certain
I've seen
immediately
this kind
that
of
these
entity
eyes
before when I
did
was
not
young.
belong to any normal animal. He was about to
Two
back
red
up inside
eyes,
to
just
call for
dark
help
all
when
over.
Bandit, sweet, loyal,
Oh my God.
protective Bandit, launched himself off the porch
It's
and
crazy.
across the yard to chase off the creature. Partridge called to the dog, but Bandit wouldn't listen. He had to protect his master. Partridge slipped back into the house to grab his gun, and I think it's important we show some compassion to Noel Partridge here, he was too frightened. He became paralyzed with fear. Inside his home, his hands stayed on the doorknob as Bandit's barks became more frenzied and finally stopped. Upset, Partridge later told reporters that the creature was so terrifying, so menacing, that he couldn't bear to go outside. All night, eyes staring at the ceiling and ears tuned to the absent barking of his companion, Partridge slept with a gun by his side. Morning came, and all that was left of Bandit was ring after ring of paw prints in the mud, almost like the dog had been chasing its tail. A couple of days later, Partridge spotted an article in the local paper. It was the witness accounts from the Scarberries and Mallets, the couples from Point Pleasant. And it was from the night after Bandit went missing. Right there in the account was a detail that stole Partridge's breath away. During the panicked escape from the creature, Roger had seen the body of a large dog lying discarded on the side of the road.
No.
And when they were making their way back to tell the sheriff about what they'd seen, the body was gone. Bandit, who I think we can all agree is truly the best boy, was never seen again. More and more people spotted the
not the
Mothman as
dog.
the days and weeks rolled on. Each new story was
my God.
another thread to the growing
Poor
tapestry of
doggy.
fear, mystery, and horror. Then came the event that would give rise to the supposed power and meaning of the Mothman. The power of premonition and foreboding. It was December 15th, 1967, so just about a year after the first sightings. The Silver Bridge was a huge suspension structure built in 1928. It connected Point Pleasant with Gallipolis in Ohio. Just as the clock was about to strike 5 p.m. and full of rush hour traffic, the bridge buckled under the weight, dropping 46 people to their death in the freezing waters. And after this, the Mothman sightings in the area stopped. With that, the Mothman has been named as a kind of harbinger of doom, a seer of disaster, a herald of misery, or more innocently, a sign rather than a cause of bad things to come. Kind of like the Banshee of Ireland, the washerwomen of Breton, or other similar warning spirits. The Mothman has been linked to the Chernobyl disaster and the tragic Fukushima tsunami, but these accounts have been dispelled as fiction. There are some other possible explanations, though. One theory provided by a local professor of wildlife is that the Mothman is a case of mistaken identity, with the true identity being a large sandhill crane, a bird which is as tall as a person and has red skin around its eyes. Another is that it's a prank that has only gained power with each new sighting.
Bruh.
Aside from the cryptid theory, its most widely accepted and persevering explanation is that it is a fallen angel, a sleep paralysis demon like we saw with the Hat Man, or an alien, which is where I want to bring in a forgotten star of this legend. We have a woman called Mary Hyre to thank for such detailed reporting about the Mothman. Working for the Athens Messenger, she was the local journalist who first broke the story back in 1966. Her headline was "Winged, Red-Eyed Thing Chases Point Pleasant Couples Across Countryside." Alone, she documented 13 sightings and became a safe haven for people to share their accounts. She also published stories about other oddities in her weekly column, Where the Waters Mingle. I know we mentioned Batman before, but to me, Hyre is like a real-life Lois Lane. Eventually, a man called John Keel, a paranormal investigator from New York, reached out to Hyre to collaborate. They became loyal allies, sharing theories and leads with each other, and even going on late-night stakeouts together to check out weird lights over the West Virginia mountains. These are different from the famous North Carolina Brown Mountain lights, also seen in Appalachia. A stakeout to hunt for UFOs? She is so cool. And speaking of UFOs, Hyre's story is about to get weirder. As her reporting became more famous, Hyre became embroiled in the beginnings of Men in Black lore. Apparently, she was visited again and again in her office by strange, pale men in identical dark suits who warned her to stop writing about the Mothman. She described these men as walking cadavers. Creepy. In Keel's notes, the men acted oddly, and one night they spent the entire time parked outside Hyre's office. And another time, they acted totally dumbfounded by basic human utensils like a notepad or a pen. Almost like they weren't really from around these parts, if you catch my drift. Unfortunately, not much else is known about the men and Hyre's encounters with them. Following the collapse of the Silver Bridge, Hyre's investigative efforts doubled, and she spent line after line of print writing about the tragedy, and she became estranged from friends as she became obsessed with her work, and just 3 years later, at the age of 54, she died. Her clippings can be found in the Point Pleasant Mothman Museum, if anyone ever passes through. After she passed away, she was memorialized in John Keel's most famous book. You might have heard it. It's called The Mothman Prophecies. Okay, so confession time. I keep a really open mind. I couldn't run this channel without being open-minded, curious, and really passionate about the paranormal. But the Mothman was one story that I was always a little uninspired by. I'm not sure why. I always felt it was a little goofy, you know, a little on the nose. Or maybe it was just a victim of its own fame. You know, I felt there wasn't really anything else to learn or to say. But guys, I have to confess, researching this, I am a convert. Weirdly, this is a legend with some of the most convincing witness accounts I've come across. I think the connection to disaster is maybe a little tenuous, but even then, if it was a harbinger of doom, wouldn't that cement it in place with so many similar legends of spirits or entities warning of things to come? I just want to point out that I was humbled by the story, and my preconceptions were totally subverted. I think there is so much else to explore. You know, the Men in Black, the lights in the sky, the fallen angel angle, and also this feeling that the Mothman is ancient somehow. That maybe I was initially so underwhelmed because it's a cryptid that almost feels natural, if that makes sense. And one more thing about the bridge collapse. Maybe we need to attribute such loss, all down to a crack in a bridge and the randomness of being in the wrong place at the wrong time, to something else. That's also a possibility. What do you think? Appalachia has been such a gift to explore, and I know we've just scratched the surface. You, our community, are truly my biggest inspiration. So really, if you have any insights or theories of your own, I am begging you to put them in the comments. Thank you so much, guys, for joining me on this unholy trilogy. From mountain lore to domestic gore to a winged shadow that hangs in the West Virginian sky and leaves us wanting more. Appalachia, you have been wild. See you next time, everyone. Take care, and remember, don't whistle in the mountains, and beware red eyes that watch from the woods.
Yeah. The Appalachian Mountains is like a really old mountain range.
Hi there, beauties and bees. Welcome back to the show. We are on episode 2 of our Appalachia trilogy. We started with some Appalachian lore in episode 1, where whistling the mountains invites unwanted attention, and strange creatures prowl the dark woods, calling out the names of their victims. For today's episode, we are going back in time to explore what is maybe Appalachia's most famous ghost. In Meadow Bluff, West Virginia, there was a church, Soul Chapel, and in that chapel's cemetery, there is a gravestone. It looks unremarkable at first, rectangular, gray, and with just the faintest curve at the top. In each upper corner are pretty carved flowers with fronds of leaves spilling loose. The person who lies at rest there was young when she died, only in her early 20s. Her body was buried not once, but twice. Why? We will discover that later. The name on the gravestone reads 𝔬𝔬𝔦𝔯𝔬𝔬𝔦, and below that, Greenbrier Ghost. A grieving mother kneeling at her bed, racked with grief and regret, praying as hard as she can for answers, when a shape begins to form at the doorway. At first, it's just like a cloud of light, and then human. Not just anyone, though, her beloved daughter. The spirit tries to speak and can't. She returns again, stronger now. Her words echo through the veil of death. Her skin emits a biting chill, and her head is loose and ponderous on her neck. She spills secrets from a phantom mouth, and when she bids her mother goodbye, her head pivots impossibly, the sound of bone and sinew crunching. It turns backwards, backwards, like a screw cap, like a gear.
The sound effects,
with sand.
It scares me.
Her feet
I watch horror movies on mute.
Her eyes are locked onto her mother.
I watch horror movies on mute so I don't get scared.
And stuck it on the
I don't know who else does this, but I do it.
Her neck hasn't just been broken, but brutalized. And this behavior is a final act of truth-telling before she vanishes forever.
Honestly.
Do you know the story?
Honestly, I watch it on mute because I get so scared.
From beyond the grave, and a mother thirsts for justice. So settle in, grab a drink, and maybe even get ready to get a little angry. This is the tragic story of the life, death, and afterlife of 𝔬𝔬𝔦𝔯𝔬𝔬𝔦, Appalachia's famous Greenbrier Ghost.
When I happen to find YT Shorts horror, I minimize it with the comments until I know you're one of those people who's hiding in the comments.
And we are in Greenbrier County, West Virginia.
At least I watch it, but it's on mute.
The 35th state to join the Union just 33 years before. Around 850,000 people are thought to have died during the U.S. Civil War. So by the time of our story, the US was still very much forming itself, and the hills, hollers, and haints of Appalachia were already gaining a folkloric power, shaped by every drop of struggle, strife, and blood that had already come to
Twitch
pass.
without audio.
And quick FYI, a holler is like the valley or hollow between the mountains of the region,
I'm thinking, what are
and
they
a
gonna do
haint
next?
is a restless or malicious spirit. For
I'll
more
watch it on
Appalachian
mute,
lore, check out the first
'cause I
video
get
of the
so
trilogy.
scared.
Ghosts, or the idea of ghosts, were generally accepted during this period, probably due to a surging spiritualist movement as families attempted to connect with lost loved ones following the Civil War.
Chimera.
Something
How are
I
you,
want to
dear?
come back to later, history lovers, ready yourselves because I want your input on this. It's no surprise that this environment gave rise to the only known case in US history where a ghost testified to convict its own murderer. But
What?
let's not get
A
too
ghost
far ahead.
testified?
In Greenbrier County lived one Miss Elva-Zona
Is it even
Heister, though she
doable?
went by her middle name Zona.
Ain't
She
scared
was a
of
free
horror.
spirit
Glad
with
for
a
you.
round,
I'm
cherubic
happy for you,
face
but
and lips that
I
fell
am
naturally
scared.
into a pout. She was close with her mother,
Mainly because
Mary,
I can see shit.
and they
I can see
considered
these
each other
things.
friends, which was especially important to Zona since she'd already had a child outside
If
of
only I
marriage 2
couldn't
years
see
prior.
things or hear
And though it
things or
seems the
even
child
smell
was taken in
things,
by its birth father, a Mr. Woolridge,
I'd be so happy.
Zona's mom's love and support meant the world to her at a time when other women would have been cast out or judged. One day, a stranger arrived in a small community. This stranger was tall, handsome. He had dark, ocean blue eyes, thick brown hair, a strong jaw, and broad shoulders. He was muscular, seemed confident, flashed a smile wherever he went. He was a natural ladies' man. Gossip erupted in the streets,
Ain't
shops,
afraid of no
and
ghost.
homes of men of love.
Wow, dude.
This guy was
I am always
gorgeous,
afraid,
and his name was Edward Shue.
I am always
Well,
afraid.
his name was actually Erasmus Stribling Trout Shue, which is, a mouthful. Some people called him Trout, but he liked to be known as Edward. Edward had come to Greenbrier to work at a blacksmith shop. This was tough, physical work, so it's no wonder he built up a physique that had all the girls of the county thirsting after him.
Ayo.
But this was a guy who put the trap in the thirst trap. After a short time, he caught the eye
Put
of
the trap in the
beautiful,
thirst
wild
trap.
nature
Hey.
Zona Heister. Her high cheekbones and deep brown eyes won him over too.
I'm looking for
They
friends. Do you
instantly
ever
fell for
befriend
each
a
other,
ghost?
and soon began courting in a whirlwind romance.
I don't think I
But her
have
mother,
befriended a
Mary,
ghost. I'm
had
too scared to chat.
reservations about this
I feel like
smooth-talking
my
man. He seemed
guardian,
too good
though,
to be
is not
true.
an angel.
He was 10 years
I
Zona's
kinda have
senior.
seen
He arrived in
how the
town
thing
without a
looks,
discernible past. What
and
Mary felt
no,
was
it does not
beyond
look like an
natural maternal protection. She felt something was off about this man. She warned Zona not to get too close too fast.
But then
Zona's
again,
rebellious
biblically
spirit won
accurate
out in
angels
the
don't
end.
look like
After
angels
just a couple
on
of
TV.
months, Zona and Edward were married at the old
They look
Methodist
scary as
church
well.
at Livesey's Mill. To most people, they looked like a vibrant young couple, totally in love, their whole marriage and lives ahead of them. This was a beautiful love story, the beginning of something. A
Be not
flower
afraid,
blooming.
bruh.
Little did Zona know
Fear
that
not.
soon the bloom would die on the stem. They moved into a 2-story home 14 miles away across the mountain from Zona's childhood home, 14 miles away from the suspicious but loving Mary Heister. Their life fell into an ordinary domestic rhythm common to the time. Edward spent his days working at the smithy, while Zona saw to the house, cleaning and cooking meals. Their first Christmas arrived without any apparent drama, and they rang in the new year together as besotted newlyweds. To all appearances, this was a happy, contented, hopeful couple. But as the winter deepened and darkened, and the freezing months drew on, violence began to ignite in the forge behind those ocean blue eyes. Come January 1897, the couple had been married for just over 3 months. It was then that Zona became ill. For weeks, she shivered and sweated, still toiling in the house. When a local doctor, Dr. Knapp, visited the 𝔕 home, he found Edward to be sweet and attentive to his young wife. There was nothing to be suspicious about. Just a short time later, the horrifying truth came to light. January 23rd, Edward called by the cabin of a Black woman, affectionately called Aunt Martha. She lived close to the forge, so he knew she had an 11-year-old son, Anderson, who did some errands. He asked Martha if Anderson could go back to their house and check on Zona and help her with some chores. Martha agreed, but said that Anderson was helping somebody else at the moment. She'd send him as soon as he was home. Edward came back several more times, increasingly annoyed that Anderson hadn't returned yet to go check on Zona. Eventually, the boy arrived home. So by Edward's fourth visit, Anderson was sent off to the 𝔕 marital home by a visibly annoyed Edward. By the way, props to Anderson. This kid was 11. 11-year-old me could never. Off Anderson went in the freezing weather to do as he was told. We are so fortunate, guys, to have an actual interview from Anderson about what he saw that day. This is from a 1933 interview in the Sunday Gazette Mail around 30 years after the incident. You know, usually I like to retell this kind of thing, but I don't think I could do a better job than the key witness himself. This is chilling. He says, "Going to the house, I felt that something was wrong. All the doors were closed, and there was an air about the place I didn't like. Reaching the steps, I saw a trail of blood. That scared me. But I went to the door and knocked. No one answered. I tried it and, finding the door unlocked, walked into the kitchen. The trail of blood continued across the floor to the dining room. This door, too, was closed. Once more, I knocked, and, getting no answer, walked in. I stumbled over Mrs. 𝔕's body. There she was, stretched out on the floor, looking right up at me through wide open eyes. She seemed to be laughing. I was frightened, but still able to reach down and shake her. She was stiff and cold. Anderson was terrified. He was only 11, remember? He stumbled backwards, back out through the door, and sprinted from the house across the fields, screaming all the time, "Mrs. 𝔕 is dead!" He eventually reached the forge and told Mr. 𝔕, Edward, who screamed, jumped up and made for the house, while Anderson continued on to fetch Dr. Knapp. By the time they reached the house, Edward had taken Zona's body from the floor, put her on a bed, and was holding her head in his arms, crying and crying for her to come back. But there was something odd about the scene, though, because, and nobody thought to question this at the time, Edward had already changed Zona's clothes. He had dressed her in a high, stiff-collared dress, which was held in place with a veil tied beneath her chin. Dr. Knapp began to examine Zona, trying to find signs of life or revive her. But his efforts were frustrated by Edward, who blocked the doctor as he clung, weeping, to her body. Dr. Knapp took pity on Edward, seeing that his whole universe was crumbling around him, and examined no further. All the while, Zona's lifeless body lay still and quiet. The truth there,
he did it.
But hidden for
He
now.
did it.
Zona's death was ruled an everlasting faint, meaning more or less
I love
cardiac
vengeful
failure.
ghost stories,
What's even
especially if they were
stranger
killed,
and raise even more
murdered
frustrating
and all
questions
that.
is that 5 days after
If I
Zona
ever
was
get
buried,
murdered,
Dr.
I'm gonna
Knapp
be a
actually
vengeful
reported
ghost.
the cause of death as childbirth.
I'm gonna be a vengeful
not
ghost,
heart
and I'm gonna
failure.
make
Zona
myself
hadn't
a
told anyone she
famous
was
vengeful
pregnant, and there were
ghost.
no apparent
There's gonna be a
signs she was
Grammy-winning
pregnant.
movie
Though
about
that's
me.
not to say it wasn't possible.
I'm
It's
gonna
just
be
strange
that kind of
that
ghost.
heart failure could suddenly become childbirth just a week later. And
like exorcists around the world are going to come visit and try to expel me
here. I will come back to this because this precise scenario is repeated in so many incidents that I cannot finish this video without talking about the intersection of women's pain, safety, and the patriarchy. Seriously. Zona's body was taken to her mother's home, and within 48 hours, she was buried in the little family plot on the side of the mountain. Some people did observe that her head appeared to sit strangely within the coffin, but nobody thought it was appropriate to mention it. Edward's behavior throughout was strange. Some thought it was admirable, the signs of a loving widower. Others, like Mary, Zona's mother, not so much. Because the entire time leading up to the burial, Edward never left his dead wife's side. Accounts say nobody had access to Zona's body alone, not even her mother. Her mother, it said, couldn't even get near without Edward kicking up a fuss. What's more, it was customary, just as it is in many cultures, for women to prepare the body of the deceased. But in this case, yeah, it was Edward. It was Edward who did it all and without supervision. Mary looked on at Edward's histrionics over the corpse of her daughter through red-rimmed eyes. Was this love, or was it something else? She hadn't trusted Edward from the start, and certainly didn't trust the speed of the romance and marriage. And now her sweet, free-natured daughter was dead without Mary even ever having visited their home. Mary 𝔑𝔥𝔥, devoured by grief, began to pray. She prayed for the soul of her daughter, and she prayed for answers. It was in early February, not long after Zona was committed to the earth, that answers came. Kneeling next to her bed, Mary felt a presence enter her room. It was just a shape at first, but it soon coalesced into the solid figure of a human, her daughter. At first, Mary was speechless, not terrified, but utterly at a loss at what she was seeing. Her daughter, real, standing before her. Zona tenderly reached out a hand towards her mother, and even from a small distance, Mary felt the chill of death. When Zona opened her mouth to say something, she vanished. Mary was left sobbing into her hands, the same hands who had held her baby only 20 years before. She kept praying. She kept praying for answers.
Died so young,
She would not let her daughter's death remain a mystery. Zona returned the next night. This time, she could speak. She told her mother about the Shu home in detail, the layout of the rooms, the way it looked and felt. This was important because it meant Mary knew details she couldn't possibly have known otherwise, not without the help of the spirit. Then, as she returned again, she began to explain the horrible way she departed the world. She told her mother about her murder. She said that Edward had a ferocious temper. On the night of her murder, Edward had screamed at her, furious that she hadn't cooked enough meat for supper. She protested, saying that she had prepared all kinds of other delicious things. And because she stood for herself, Edward saw red. He charged across the room, grabbed her by each side of her head, pushed his palms against her temples, and wrenched his arm to the side so violently that he snapped her neck at the top of her spine, crushing her windpipe in the process. She fell to the floor, dead. Mary listened to her daughter's words, stricken by the way she'd been treated and the way she died. Zona didn't even look sad, just accepting and earnest. The fire from her sweet daughter's eyes had gone out. Finally, Zona bid farewell to her mother, turned towards the door, and before she left, said, "I will show you something, Mama." She turned her head so the neck skin creased and the bones ground against each other until she was looking back at 180 degrees.
Oh my
Her
God.
corpse stood before her mother, solid proof of the manner of her death. �▬𝔬🧀 disappeared, never to be seen by her mother again. Now, Mary had it. Edward had murdered 𝔖⬬🧀. She would make sure he paid. She would seek a mother's revenge. She spent the following days telling everyone she met about her experience and her theory. Mostly people took pity on her, thinking she was a woman delusional with grief. But there were others who had suspicions of their own.
You're gonna waste so much meat if you do that.
And the Greenbrier prosecutor, Mr. John Alfred Preston. At first, Preston was doubtful, but he was sympathetic to Mary.
If
Again,
the freezer
he assumed,
goes out all the
understandably,
time,
that the talk of ghosts was
meat
just
is
a mother overwhelmed
expensive.
with grief. But after several hours, his pity saw him send deputies to speak with Dr. Knapp. And in light of growing rumors and even some newspaper rumblings, Preston eventually agreed to speak with Dr. Knapp himself. So imagine the prosecutor's surprise then when Dr. Knapp admitted he had not actually carried out a thorough post-mortem. That did it. The body would be exhumed and the case reopened. Edward vigorously complained about the exhumation, but he couldn't stop it. Poor 𝔖⬬🧀's body was unearthed and brought to a small schoolhouse for the autopsy. Edward, as next of kin, was obliged to attend, though he initially refused to join. He was told in no uncertain terms, be there of his own free will or by court order. It's reported he said, "They will not be able to prove I did it."
Damn, this guy. This guy is
While
crazy.
the autopsy took place, Edward sat sullenly in the corner whittling sticks with a knife. A group of 5 observers looked on in the sickly glow of gas lamps. It was when the doctor began to peel the collar away from 𝔖⬬🧀's almost perfectly preserved neck that Edward became more agitated. And, there it was. The truth of it. Autopsies at that time took place in a certain order. First, the vital organs were examined, and after that, doctors would split the skull open to examine the brain. But in this case, it wasn't necessary. Without the collar, the answer was in front of them, in the shape of finger-marked bruises, wringing 𝔖⬬🧀's neck like morbid gemstones. One of the doctors turned to Edward and said grimly, "We have found your wife's neck to have been broken." Edward dropped his head and his face became a mask of despair. "They cannot prove I did it," he whispered. On the state of 𝔖⬬🧀's neck, this was from a report shortly after the autopsy. The discovery was made that the neck was broken and the windpipe mashed. On the throat were the marks of fingers, indicating that she had been choken. The neck was dislocated between the first and second vertebrae. The ligaments were torn and ruptured. The windpipe had been crushed at a point in front of the neck. Edward was immediately arrested, charged with murder, and the findings were made public. The community fell into a fever of shock. Even though the evidence against Edward was circumstantial, he was indicted by a grand jury and arraigned for murder. His plea, of course, not guilty. It was when he was waiting for his trial that details of his past began to seep to the surface like blood through a cloth. 𝔖⬬🧀, it transpired, was his 3rd wife. His first marriage ended in divorce, with his first wife saying he had been violent. His second wife died under circumstances described as mysterious. This was in 1894 or 1895, and in a different town. And before more questions could be asked, he hauled his ass to Greenbrier County. Some guy, huh? In jail, Edward was actually in good spirits. He told people he'd actually stopped grieving for 𝔖⬬🧀. He told people, "I have a lifelong goal of having 7 wives." 𝔐𝔬𝔦 was his third, and he was still young, so yeah, he could still achieve his goal, which is gross.
How are you, darling?
The trial started on June 22nd, 1897. People from the community stood and testified against Edward, and the key witness came with the appearance of Mary, and by proxy, 𝔐𝔬𝔦 herself. Preston, the prosecutor, put Mary on the stand and wished to prove she was a sane and reliable witness, so he chose not to ask her about her ghostly sightings. He also thought, again, probably quite sensibly, that the judge would wave the evidence off as inadmissible. But the problems began for Edward when his own attorney cross-examined Mary 𝔑𝔥𝔥 about the ghost, wishing to discredit her. He chalked up the sightings to a mother's ravings, and it was the delusional element to her account he thought might win the case for him. He kept badgering her, but Mary Jane 𝔑𝔥𝔥 remained resolute. Frustrated, at last, the defense counsel dismissed her, but there was no coming back for Edward now, because it was the defense and not the prosecution who had introduced the spirit as a witness testimony. The judge had trouble telling the jury not to consider it. And let's remember, this jury were not favorable to Edward. 𝔐𝔬𝔦's account by way of her mother turned out to damn Edward. The jury found him guilty. Without a unanimous verdict for hanging, Edward 𝔐𝔬𝔥 was sentenced to life in prison instead. But he was lucky to escape with his life at all. The community was still in uproar.
They let a
wanted
ghost?
blood. A mob formed to lynch him. And in the end, it was a local sheriff who saved him by hiding him in the woods and eventually calling off the mob. It's said that Edward 𝔐𝔬𝔥 was so scared for his life, he couldn't even tie his shoes. He was sent to West Virginia State Penitentiary, where he died 3 years later from an epidemic that surged through the prison.
Thank you, Sir Cookie.
It had no mercy. 𝔐𝔬𝔥's remains were unclaimed, and no trace of him can be found.
Horror stories.
He has been eaten up by obscurity. Mary Jane 𝔑𝔥𝔥 lived until 1916, and into a vastly changed USA. She never took back her story of her daughter's ghost visiting her. Perhaps they met again after Mary's passing. I hope so. 𝔐𝔬𝔦's ghost never returned. Perhaps her mother's mission gave her the justice she needed to pass on. What do you think? Her impact on the community remains, though. The story of the Greenbrier ghost, her groundbreaking testimony through the loving devotion of her mother, and a historical landmark not far from where she's buried. It's a simple white sign along Route 60. It reads, "Interred in nearby cemetery is 𝔐𝔬𝔦 𝔑𝔥𝔥. Her death in 1897 was presumed natural until her spirit appeared to her mother to describe how she was killed by her husband Edward. Autopsy on the exhumed body verified the apparition's account. Edward, found guilty of murder, was sentenced to the state prison. Only known case in which testimony from ghost helped convict a murderer." I am so grateful you spent time with me today remembering 𝔐𝔬𝔦 𝔑𝔥𝔥 and her sad end. I'm only glad that, in this case, the truth of her death, at least, came out. I did say I'd come back to this topic. You know, I cover a lot of stories with this kind of subject. How sad, frustrating, maddening it is that women, still now, aren't believed in moments of their greatest vulnerability. I want to honor their ghosts, their memories, too. I hope that with time, we make a better, safer world together.
I feel like in modern society,
like
ghost testimonies are no longer honored.
Thanks for letting me
But
share
this-
that thought
this is
with
crazy.
you all. It's really
I'm
important
glad
to
they
me.
got the justice
And the
that
other
they
thing
deserve.
I wanted to talk about
But
is how
damn,
fascinating
having a
it
testimony
is
from a
that
ghost is pretty
spiritualism
wild, if you
rises
ask
during
me.
times of incredible strife.
Like, if you're
Like
a
with the
lawyer,
Ouija
how can you,
boards
like,
becoming popular after the U.S. Civil
defend?
War or around the First
How can
World
you make your
War and the
argument?
Spanish flu.
Right? How can you
I would
convince a
love
jury?
to hear from any historians,
I'm just glad they
enthusiasts,
found
or
the
anthropologists
evidence to
about
support
that.
the claim.
I guess we
Because
need
without
more
the
connection
evidence, it's
and
gonna be
ways to
real
manage
bad.
grief and loss than ever during times like that. Closing it out for now, what I find so compelling about Appalachia is that there's this big cauldron of all kinds of stories. There's the lore of the mountains, then specific and famous cases like the Greenbrier Ghost or the Brown Mountain Lights. And then, of course, world-famous cryptids, which watch this space for the final video in our trilogy. Can anyone guess what's coming? See you next time, and until then, bye-bye.
Yeah, it's pretty wild if you think about it. A ghost as your witness? Bruh. If I was the lawyer, I'd have a hard time.
Hey there, beauties and bees. Welcome back to the show. Before we get into the story, I need you to picture the scene. You're alone in the mountains. You've had the curtains drawn for some hours now. You drew them
Should
as
the
soon as the
jury
sun
consider the
set,
ghost
just
testimony,
as you
though?
were told to.
That's the thing. The
Sitting onto
jury was
couch
already
with a glass
biased
of
in the
wine,
first place
you
against the
begin to
husband.
unwind to a Netflix
They didn't
movie.
really like the
Something
husband very
lighthearted, something that doesn't take much of your attention. And maybe that's the reason that just as you lean over to check your phone, you notice something strange. A light at the window, a red light. You sit up, alert. You ease forward off the couch, placing your wine glass gently on the table. Okay, so you're a little freaked out, but weren't you the one who decided to book a solo retreat all the way up here to the hills of North Carolina? You make your way slowly to the window, and it's just as your hand reaches out to take hold of the faded beige curtains that you see it isn't a light. It's an eye, and it's watching you. Any guesses for where we're going for today's video? I'll give you a clue. Life is old there, older than the tree.
Damn.
That's right. Pack your hiking boots and maybe some charms
Hey,
because we are off
she's
to
singing.
Appalachia. Today's video is a long one, so buckle up and let's go.
Dun, 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 dun. Country road. Is that it?
Before we get into today's
Something
story, I
about
want to
that.
quickly recommend a few skincare products that I genuinely love. If you watch my skincare videos for a while, you probably know that I am super picky with what I use. And my skin is
I'm
really
not even
sensitive
American,
after
but I know
years
the
of
song.
expensive laser treatments. So I don't recommend products unless I've actually finished them and bought them again. So first is the
Heard about
Metatherapy
someone's likeness
Retinol
being used
Skin
in an
Booster
AI-generated
Serum.
video to
This
give some
has become
speech.
one of my
yeah.
favorite retinal
That's
products
pretty
because
wild.
it's surprisingly
Deep
gentle.
fake a
You know, I
video
get that
to submit as
anti-aging
evidence.
benefits without
It's
waking
crazy.
up with irritated skin and glow that looks to it. Now let's get back to today's story. So I've wanted to talk about this part of the world for a long, long time. And thank you so much to the community members who suggested it. I lived some years in the States, and seeing the blue hills and deep forests with my own eyes, just wow. You know, I'd love to go back someday, so any tips, you know what to do. There's something else I wanted to share, and I am super excited about it. We talk so often on this channel about the power of 3 that I've decided it's time we explore it ourselves with Beauty and the Beast first. A trilogy. Appalachia is the land of world-famous cryptids, strange lights in the mountains, ghosts testifying to convict a murderer, collapsed mines, alien sightings, mimics and shapeshifters, cults and spirits older than we can possibly imagine. Appalachia is a vast mountainous region in eastern North America. The mountain range itself stretches from Newfoundland, Canada in the north, all the way down to central Alabama. So the scale is huge. Then there's the Appalachia that most of us probably think of when it's mentioned. The part that starts around southern New York State and stretches south to Georgia, Alabama, and parts of Mississippi. Now, we're going to start our trilogy with a topic I'm sure any viewers from the region know plenty about, and that's the rules. Now, I know Appalachia really took off on TikTok, and that a lot of the rules shared aren't so authentic, so I messaged a buddy of mine from Asheville who is majorly into local folklore, and who spends lots of time hiking and driving through the region. So she sent me back the rules she tells friends when they visit. So anyone else from the area, please feel free to chime in. I am going to read exactly what she sent me. If you hear something calling your name in the woods...
No, you didn't.
You didn't. If you're outside at night and you get a strange
I watched
feeling,
too much, too many Appalachian
If you only have your car
videos.
or tent nearby, get inside and pray. Do not whistle. It will draw something to you. Don't whistle in the mountains, ever. Don't stare into the trees for a long time. You don't want to catch something's eye. If you're hiking and you hear footsteps behind you, even if it's daylight, if you turn around and there's nothing behind you, don't run. Just keep walking calmly and get inside or find company immediately. If nothing like this is nearby, pray. If something mimics a voice you know,
a mountain lion in heat sounds
or
like a woman in
prepare a
agony.
code
Wait,
word
what?
Out of
Really?
earshot before you enter the woods.
That's the first time I heard about this.
You can't explain. No, you didn't. If animals begin acting strangely, leave the area or go inside immediately. Don't go into the forest at night alone. Don't put out a welcome mat or flip it over when it falls dark. Draw the curtains after dark and don't be tempted to peek outside. So, there we go. There is so much to cover in this region that we definitely won't have time to do it all. So today, I am going to focus on just a couple of the rules and what happens if they are broken. Marlin was visiting Appalachia from Madison, Wisconsin. Her grandma, or Oma as Marlin called her, grew up on a farmstead just outside Morganton, NC, and so Marlin was on a kind of heritage trip, part ancestral digging, and part wellness and writing retreat. She was a bit of a paranormal fan too, maybe because of the stories her Oma had told her about the strange lights on Brown Mountain. So she was very excited about getting to see the area for herself. She'd booked a cabin near Jonas Ridge, simple and rustic looking on the outside, and inside perfectly Instagrammable with high exposed wood ceilings, cozy couches, a cute cast iron fire, and huge windows that looked out on densely packed trees on one side and the rolling mountains on the other. On the drive up, she put on her grandma's favorite song, Coat of Many Colors by Dolly Parton. Queen, by the way. Humming along as she turned bend over bend on her climb towards the cabin. Marlin eventually found herself whistling.
Last time I went into mountain hiking or mountain climbing was like
her grandmother's advice. Don't whistle in the mountains.
19?
So she clamped her lip shut.
Probably.
She wasn't really whistling, was she?
It's been such a long time.
Only a little.
A decade, probably.
And she was still inside
more
the
than
car
a decade.
and traveling. If anything had hurt her, it wasn't like it could catch up with her beat-up Subaru Crosstrek, was it? So on she went, and by the time she reached her gorgeous little cabin, she'd forgotten all about her superstitious snafu. Besides, she still remembered a bunch of the other rules. She even slipped the doormat upside down, just in case she forgot to do it before dark. Her Oma always warned her that a mat risked inviting the wrong things inside. Dropping her bags in her room and opening the windows to the mountain air, she lay back on the 4-poster bed and fell into a light nap. By the time she woke up, it was already too late in the day to go for a proper hike. So instead, she decided to pull on her boots and step out for an hour or so, just to get a feel for the place. Marlin wandered with her notepad in one hand until the path took her past a little creek. She sat down on the patch of earth warmed by the sun and took out her pencil to start sketching. Really, she just wanted to pass the time until it was sundown, and time for a well-deserved glass of wine after her long drive.
That is so
As she
scary,
was looking
dude.
around for inspiration, she saw a bright red cardinal bird flutter from a bush on the far bank of the creek and hop towards the water. Cute, she thought, and lifted her pencil, ready to draw the bird in the idyllic surroundings. But then something strange happened. The bird kept hopping forward, ducked its head down as though it was about to take a drink, and then kept it there, submerged. Huh? Marlin thought, wait, this is weird. Hey, she called, trying to startle the bird. But it didn't move. It kept its head underwater as the glistening creek bubbled over it. Hey, Marlin repeated, shooting to her feet. She wasn't about to just watch a bird drown itself in front of her eyes. But no matter what she did, she couldn't break the bird from its strange spell. After just a few seconds more, the little body shuddered and went stiff. And then it tilted forward into the stream.
Oh no, it died.
And it was carried away, its bright red feathers like a spill of blood. Marlin was still shaken by the time she made it home. She hadn't brought her phone with her on her walk, so the first thing she tried to do was Google if this was normal behavior. But nope, no signal. Great, she said. Well, at least she downloaded some Netflix stuff for herself. She'd have to find a solution for the family research, though. She was hoping to do some workouts, too. Bummer. Maybe there was a library back in town with Wi-Fi she could use to download more material for her stay. With the sun setting, she was just sitting down for a light dinner of some cold chicken and salad when she remembered what her Oma had said about making sure the curtains were drawn before dark. She stood and took one last look outside. Golden lights
got a new
into the
haircut?
deep holler
Nice.
or valley before she closed the curtains.
Where's the photo,
Sitting down
though?
again, she tore
You
some
don't have
chicken
to
from
show
the
your
bone
face.
and swallowed it.
Just curious
But
how it looks.
damn, something
haircut.
went down the wrong way. She started coughing. It didn't move it. She was choking. Panic gripped her. She dumped her feet and started coughing furiously. Oh my God, she thought. Am I going to die on a damn chicken bone up here in the Blue Ridge Mountains? Still panicking,
Damn.
she darted around the room before she finally had the bright idea to slam her back against the wall. Once, twice, and then the chicken came free and spatted onto the wooden floor between her feet.
No, good.
She stood panting, relief washing over her, then glanced down to examine it. What was that? It looked like blood at first, but no, it was a feather. A bright red feather, just like the cardinals. You're Delulu, she told herself, grabbing some kitchen towel and stooping to pick up the spit-soaked feather. She dropped it in the bin together, hopefully with her doubts. She tried to relax. She was a grown-ass woman. Her grandma's stories were interesting, of course, but they were only stories. Old wives' tales, maybe even a way to draw tourists. She had nothing to worry about. The cardinal bird was probably just sick or something. And the feather, well, chickens had feathers, didn't they? Probably there was a bit of blood from where the feather's shaft scratched her throat, and that's why it looked red. She was fine. And guys, we know how this usually goes, right? When people don't listen to their guts. She poured some wine, then dropped onto the couch again, starting a Netflix movie she downloaded.
Was it greasy?
It didn't need to be good.
It probably
just
was.
needed to be distracting.
The feathers.
Turns out it wasn't distracting enough. As
Pun
Marlon turned to
intended.
pick up her wine glass, something caught her eye. There was a light at the window, just between a gap in the curtains. Round, red, perfectly still. Almost like the light of a VCR, but bigger.
I'll be watching
Marlon
horror
slowly set her
stories
glass aside,
and maybe
paused
true
her
crime.
movie, and climbed to her feet. She'd heard about the mysterious brown mountain lights, how they'd float above the hills, moving in strange alien ways. She definitely didn't expect to see a mini one peeping in through her cabin window. It's probably the light reflecting from a security sensor or something. Still, she found her feet start to slow as she got closer and closer to the window and the luminous red orb. In hindsight, she realized she knew in her belly it wasn't just some light. She knew it wasn't something normal. Her stomach must have known before her mind did because it was suddenly churning. She got closer and closer, the night like a black knife between the curtains. Then she saw it clearly. It wasn't a light. It was an eye. And it was looking straight at her.
Oh my god.
She screamed, dropping back and away from the window and landing on her butt. "Go away," she screamed. The eye looked on, flat and cold. "Go away," I said. The cabin was so quiet, and the thumping of her heartbeat so loud between her ears. The eye, red, staring, intent. She really was going to die here, wasn't she? "You're not welcome here," she yelled again. Something seemed to shift. The eye backed up from the window, and a great shape, blacker than the black of the night, moved with it. From her place on the floor, Marlon could barely make it out, but faint light bleeding from the room behind her revealed just enough. A large stag's head. The blue tinge from her frozen laptop screen picked out the felt edges of its antlers.
Hey, yo.
She heard it turn, great hooves softly knocking on the wooden decking outside.
Is it a horse?
Then slowly lumber away, the red eye shrinking like a flame going out. She barely slept. She lay in bed and couldn't bear to close the door. If something was going to break in, she wanted to see it coming. Just as dawn was about to break, exhaustion finally beat her, and the warm, soft fingers of sleep pulled her under. She woke with a start. Light filtered beneath the curtains. Morning, at last. She'd made it. She'd made it, and she wasn't about to take any chances. She wouldn't stay another night in the cabin or the mountain. She was done. The mountains, the stories, whatever, won. Appalachia won, Marlon 0. She threw everything in her bag, yanked the zipper closed, and stormed towards the door, wrenching it open and fighting back the urge to cry. All she wanted was to connect to her Oma's home place, and now she was leaving in shame.
Can't get
But there was
PTSD
more.
if you're the traumatic
With the door
event.
open, at first
that's
she
solid
didn't understand
advice.
what she was seeing. The frame of the decking was festooned with what looked like ribbons, glistening ribbons of reds, pinks, purples, and blues. But her heart sank because the stench of blood and the clouds of flies gave the truth of it away. They weren't ribbons, but entrails and trailing lengths of flesh. And there, with its chin resting just on the edge of the upturned welcome mat, was the head of a stag, eyeless. Marlon sobbed and ran to her car as a mountain breeze swept up the mountainside. It was strong enough that it lifted the gleaming lengths of guts, and as they blew in the wind, they whistled. This next story comes from someone called Charleston, but he goes by Charlie for short, and yep, he is named after Charleston, West Virginia, which he doesn't want to think about too much in case it's like a Brooklyn Beckham situation, if you get me. Charlie was living in the southern part of West Virginia, where he'd lived all his life. to that point when he had this encounter. Charlie's house was high up in the rugged mountains of the Allegheny Plateau. And if you think that name sounds familiar, then you're right. This is the same Allegheny region the Trans-Allegheny Asylum is named after, although it's further north. Every direction you looked from Charlie's house there was mountain and forest, like a huge shroud that covered the land as far as the eye could see. At night, with barely any other houses or settlements nearby, the darkness was like nothing Charlie had ever experienced anywhere else. Not on a trip to Costa Rica, not visiting his uncle at the Great Lakes. Nowhere. And although it was familiar to him, this was his childhood home after all, he wasn't foolish enough to think the yawning black was something usual. There was nothing normal about those woods at all. But even so, Charlie was of college age, and like a lot of people from the region, though he was aware of all the mystery and creepy stories of the Appalachian Mountains, he also kind of laughed it off. Those were just stories meant to scare kids from wandering too far into the wilderness, right? And totally fair. There were bears and puma and maybe even dangerous people. He wasn't superstitious, but he wasn't a fool either. No, he was comfortable on the small trails near his house, but nowhere further at night. One evening, Charlie's friend Mark came to his house to hang out while Charlie's parents were in Charleston for a weekend getaway. Charlie and Mark were doing all their usual things, watching UFC, playing some games, and just chilling.
UFC
Later on in the night, they finally got bored and decided to go out for some fresh air and to smoke. Although Charlie had grown up on stories about not straying too far into the woods, there was a trail near his place that felt safe enough to step onto, just for a short midnight stroll. It wasn't very long, but even after just a few meters, the woods surrounding it already became dense. Charlie could tell Mark was getting a bit freaked out, but Charlie assured him it was fine. He'd walked this path at nighttime his whole life. After about 30 minutes, the pair stopped and sparked up their smokes, finding some rocks to sit on. Apart from the few closest trees and the dimly lit masks of each other's faces, nothing else was visible. Around them, the air was full of the sounds of night creatures. There were always noises in the woods, but there seemed to be an unusual amount of animal activity. Branches snapping deep in the forest, and the sudden squawking of startled birds. Mark became nervous again, and Charlie told him not to worry. Probably a bobcat or something. Mark said nothing more, but equally, he didn't look super convinced. After a few moments of chatting, like the sensation of falling under the water, the entire forest went totally quiet. The insects stopped.
Oh my god.
The breeze halted. There was no sound. No movement. Nothing but
it sounds
anticipation.
Creepy.
Like a held breath. What the? Charlie began, but he was interrupted by a voice. Quiet, but not so quiet it couldn't be heard. And it wasn't so clear what the voice said. Only that it was definitely speech. Not a fox or an owl. It was a voice. But there was something strange about it too. It was warbly, robotic almost. Like a doll whose voice box had been broken. It was chilling. The words stopped dead in Charlie's throat. There was just a beat of continued silence before the pair of boys bolted. Back along the way they'd come, kicking up grit and pebbles, Mark and Charlie tore along the path. Charlie wasn't as athletic as Mark. Too much smoking alone in the mountains, he later admitted. So every now and then he tugged at Mark's sleeve, begging him to stop for a moment. The pair panted together, eyes darting feverishly all around. Then the voice came again. Not closer, not farther. It was the exact same volume as it was the first time, several hundred meters back. Mark swore and darted off again with Charlie tripping into a breathless run behind him. And guys, you know that feeling when you're already so scared and you think you're being followed, and the moment you begin to speed up or move in a way that shows you're scared, the fear increases like 1,000,000-fold. As a kid, I used to get it going upstairs at night or hurrying back from the bathroom. Like, anyone else? Is it just me? Like, please don't leave me alone here. Answers in the comments, please. They paused again, and in their shock and fear, they actually started laughing. Maybe it was the adrenaline, or maybe an attempt to make each other feel better. There they were, 2 college students on break, and definitely feeling they should feel a lot tougher than this, trying to keep it together, but also terrified for their lives and desperate to make it back to Charlie's house and the safety of light and the indoors. The next time they paused for breath, they were almost out of the forest. Charlie could tell Mark was pissed that he couldn't keep pace, but he waited for him anyway, which Charlie was super grateful for. Even though he was the local that should really be handling this better, he should have known better. So he was about to apologize when the voice came again. And this time, it was clear what it said. It was clear because it was a name. His name. Charlie. Mark gasped and began backing away, his eyes wide like an animal's. Charlie's vision widened out for a second. In all his years living in the mountains and all the stories of strange creatures luring people by calling their names, he honestly never expected to experience it himself. Mark, wait, he pleaded. And although he wanted to follow his friend, his feet were rooted to the spot with terror. Mark shook his head and continued backing up. The voice came again. Charlie. Mark then said it too. Charlie, he said. Let's go. The voice finally sounded closer. Still mechanical, still uncanny, like a person speaking through a series of old radios. Charlie, it said.
No.
Stunned, Charlie was about to drift towards the voice when Mark grabbed him by his arm and yanked him back and into a run. A sprint. Charlie's feet complied, but his mind was fizzing with static. It was as though terror filled up every square inch of his brain. And it was about to get worse because the second it was clear Charlie was fleeing, a scream like nothing either of them had ever heard before. Sure, Charlie felt scared farther back in the woods, but now he felt the jaws of real, actual danger begin to close on them. They were just a few more meters from the edge of the forest and hopefully safety. But crossing the distance seemed impossible with the screaming bearing down on them both. The scream was depraved, tortured, hellish, and like no animal and no person could make. But more than all of that, there was an inherent clear violence to it. There was no ambiguity here. That scream belonged to something that wanted to harm them. It screamed again, deafening. Birds shot from the trees above and ahead of them, startled from their roosts, and mice and other small animals skittered across their path. In his haste, Charlie's foot came down on the scurrying gray mass of a rodent, and he felt its spine crunch and give beneath his boot. He thought for a moment that it was raining, but then no, it was his tears streaming from his eyes. At last, finally, they reached the edge of the woods and the gate to Charlie's house. They stumbled up the driveway on legs like jelly, Mark glancing back over his shoulder all the while. Why was it calling you, Charlie? He demanded. But there was no heat to his voice. He sounded exhausted, empty. Charlie just shook his head. Hell if I know. he muttered. The boys fell into a fitful sleep, but the last thought Charlie had before he drifted off was the deep, childish wish for his mom and dad to come home early from their trip. The last thought, that is, before he heard a voice call faintly from outside his window.
No,
Charlie,
stop.
Honestly, talk about the hundreds of stories from Appalachia all day. This is just a taste of what's out there. And you know, even when I hiked a couple of times, I always felt so different than when I hiked 𝔖𝔭𝔥𝔢𝔯, the 𝔖𝔭𝔥𝔢𝔯 mountain here in Korea, and definitely somewhere like Bukhansan that feels so urban by comparison. I really believe that Appalachia has something special, weighty, timeless about it. And you know that line I mentioned at the start of the story from the John Denver song, "Life is old there, older than the trees"? Well, Mr. Denver wasn't exaggerating. The Appalachian Mountains are old, at 480 million years old. They're literally older than trees. They are older than the rings of Saturn. They're older than bone. And they're connected to the mountain ranges of Scotland and the Atlas Mountains of North Africa. So many storytellers believe that the reason why there are so many similarities between creatures found in the Appalachians and other regions is because they are literally the same entities that were around before the major continental drift. Didn't Pangea break up like 200 million years ago? That makes the entities scarily ancient. More than that, this is an area rich with multiple diverse indigenous Native American tribes that predate European settlers by thousands of years. Their stories are the stories of the mountains. Their songs, their lifestyles, the Cherokee, the Shawnee, and so many other indigenous tribes. We cannot possibly talk about Appalachia without mentioning the first Americans who called Appalachia their home. So I would love to hear from you and your insights if you are from this area. And as we move on to our next two stories, I want to remember how important story is to place, how story is place. Appalachia is beautiful, stunning, but what makes it so incredibly special? Why does it resonate so much with us all across the globe? The stories, the folklore, the collective campfire we gather around as we warm ourselves against the cold and guard ourselves against the dark. Thanks for joining me for this trilogy. See you again soon as we move on to a little place called Greenbrier. Until then, take care and please don't whistle in the mountains.
Damn. Oddly enough, I whistle to call for the wind. Especially if it's so hot outside, I whistle to call for the wind because my late father told me that's how to call for the wind.
Hey beauties and bees, welcome back to the show.
I don't know if I can still whistle.
Today I am going
like
to tell you everything about the real life case that inspired the movie, The Conjuring.
I just did it.
The Arnie Johnson case. This one falls in the realm between a real life crime story and the paranormal. So let's get to the bottom of this. First, picture this in your head. A courtroom in Connecticut, 1981. A young man, just 19 years old, is standing trial for murder. And the argument his defense brings into that room is about to make legal history because nobody had ever tried it before. This young man didn't kill anyone, they claimed. An evil spirit had entered his body and made him do it. A plea that the murder had been committed under demonic possession, and that, therefore, he couldn't be held responsible. The devil made him do it. But here's the part that gets me. The young man himself barely said a word. The only thing he could offer was, "That moment, I don't remember any of it." He'd stabbed a man to death, and he couldn't recall a single second of it, like someone had reached in and carved that stretch of time clean out of his memory. So what actually happened to this guy? And the thing that supposedly crawled into his body, what was it? Stick with me, because this one's a ride. If you've been following me for a while, you probably think that, wow, Megan has great skin. But nay. You guys will be surprised if I told you how long I've been struggling with skin problems. So the story takes us back to the summer of 1980, Brookfield, Connecticut. The 𝔬𝔦𝔯𝔦 family is getting ready to move into a rental house. We've got the parents, Judy 𝔬𝔦𝔯𝔦 and her husband, the oldest son, Carl, the eldest daughter, Debbie, and the baby of the family, 11-year-old David 𝔬𝔦𝔯𝔦. Debbie's fiancé, a young man named Arnie, tags along too, and together they all set out to clean up the new place. Now, the house had been empty a long time and needed a serious deep clean, so before officially moving in, the family decided to tidy it up first. And little 11-year-old David got put to work in the master bedroom. In that room sat a single waterbed, left behind by the previous tenant, and David, being a curious kid, wandered right over to it. And that is when things got weird. Unseen hands shoved him hard. David spun around, and in that room, which should have been completely empty, stood an old man he'd never seen before. His skin looked almost burnt. He wore a faded plaid shirt and torn jeans. The old man lunged at the boy and left him with a single word: beware. And then gone, vanished without a trace. David bolted upstairs and begged his family not to move into that house. But nobody believed him. They figured he was just making up excuses to get out of cleaning, which is a classic kid move, right? So the family brushed it off, and a few days later, they finished moving in. And that, my friends, is exactly when the real trouble started. The old man started showing up to David again, and not just at night, broad daylight too. He muttered to David in Latin, threatened him, and eventually said the thing no kid should ever have to hear: I will take your soul. And the old man's shape started to twist from a man into something more like a beast. Even though nobody in the family had gone upstairs, footsteps echoed from the attic every night, like someone pacing around up there. Plates lifted off the table on their own. Furniture rocked for no reason. The whole family searched the house top to bottom and found no sign of anyone. And David was no longer acting like an ordinary kid. He'd wake up in the night and start babbling things nobody could understand. And every time, his voice changed completely, like someone else was talking through his mouth. But the most chilling part was his face. According to his family, David would slowly lower his head, then raise it back up, real slow. And when he did, his face was twisted into a snarl, the whites of his eyes showing, while this hideous laugh came pouring out of him.
Oh my god.
And it gets worse.
He's possessed.
His mom, Judy, and his sister, Debbie, said they watched in—
Hello.
To welcome the Raiders.
How are you doing?
Hey, my name is Eliesczhae, and this is J Radio. I got people singing in the show. You better hear me out. Better listen to this. Come on. Every Saturday.
So if you're a red flag, don't worry. I'm a flagpole. I can fix you.
I'm a whole ass rehab center. I'm a whole ass rehab center. So I'm right.
Smart.
Fanfic. Mommy reading. Is that channel reading?
You know what the V word is? It's Valorant. Thank me, Daddy.
Let's hook up. I like to play with people in the gaming sense.
The dating culture nowadays is pretty fucked. They're just there to, of course, to hook up, you know, beat their meat.
So you guys can get free therapy while I'm playing games, right?
Okay, this is just a glitch of the system. You did not hear that information.
Sorry about the out of context compilation, clip compilation raid video. Sorry about that. Hi, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, NDR. Appreciate you. Or Numo. How was your stream? I hope everything went well. Make sure you get yourself some great ass, after stream self-care. Get food, get water, and rest up. Thank you so much for sharing your community with me. I really appreciate you.
Look, I want to be free.
We're literally.
Uma had an update in Avatar fighting game released in the same day. Is that what you were playing? Avatar Legends. How was it? How's your feedback?
We also have another stream match today, maybe.
What do you think of the new game?
Oh, really? Okay. I'm gonna wake up DP 3 times.
Jaika, what the?
It's so good. How was the how's the graphics? Is it great? I'm not really good when it comes to like games that are pixelated, not pixelated, but like very pixel type shit of game. It's all hand drawn. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I would assume the animation is also a bit 2D, right? And it's a 2D fighting game. I'm glad you had fun and you like the game. Make sure you get yourself a, get yourself a great ass after stream self-care. ASS. Who doesn't want some great ass? Get food, get water, and rest up. I'm just chilling here, doing some commissions and watching horror stories, maybe true crime later. So, yeah, I'll be here for a bit, for a while, because there are a lot of deadlines to meet, some projects to work on. So, yeah. It's more like 𝔖𝔬𝔦𝔯𝔦 Melty Blood than Street Fighter. I see. Makes sense. Street Fighter 6 looks like it's a 3D game, but it's not. Yeah. And regarding 𝔖𝔬𝔦, I'll reach out to you. I'm not sure if we're friends on Discord though. The gameplay wise. I see. I'll reach out to you soon once I go ahead and play 𝔖𝔬𝔦 because I really need people to play with when I try other fighting games. I've been very blessed. I was gifted a couple of fighting games by Seth and John, so I hope to try those out pretty soon. But for today, we're doing some art and watching some horror movies. Not movies, but stories. If you're into that, feel free to hang around. But if you need to hop off the stream to take care of yourself, please go ahead and do so. Thank you so much again. Appreciate you. Speaking of commissions, I am on VGen. All my commissions are 10% off until the end of July. Make sure you grab yourself a slot there. I do emotes, VOD scrubbing, editing, clipping, music video. What else? Stream schedule, stream assets, anything under the sun. Some illustrations, some meme redraw, a lot of things. So make sure you check out my VGen. Avatar Legends has some really saucy move. You zip all around the screen trying to swat your opponent is trying to do the same thing. Oh, okay. Sounds very interesting. Sounds very interesting. I don't got the game though. I'm broke. I don't think I can get more games. But yeah. I do still have quite a long list of backlogs, so I will be working on that. I hope I can finish games. I'm thinking of, since I'm already playing so much Pal World due to its release recently, I'm thinking of going for 100% achievement. Right now, I'm well on my way. I have like 45 over 45 over 75 achievements, so I'm only short of 30 achievements now. I gotta check what are the other achievements though, so I can start working on it. I am a filthy completionist. I know. Okay, just to explain to you, back in 2023, I didn't stream much, but I played a lot during my off days from work. And it was my mission to like finish a game, at least one game a month, or was it a week? And then I finished a lot of games, then I even left reviews on Steam for it. But I don't know what happened. I got so busy nowadays. Now that I stream, I do content creation, and I can't finish games now for, I don't know, for quite a while. Last year, the only game I finished was It Takes Two with Zero, and this year I finished a Split Fiction with Valerian, but I don't consider those games finished at all because I haven't completed all the achievements. It's not 100% achievements. So, it's a pain in the ass to be a completionist. Um those games are amazing even though I haven't like finished the achievements. I finished the game itself and I love the hell out of those games, but for a completionist like me, it's a tragic ending to, it's a tragic situation to not um finish the or complete the achievements. It's a tragedy. It's really vertical. Everyone has some sort of air dash or boost or flying mechanic. Oh, that sounds fun. Sounds fun. Okay. Let's see.
Invisible hands
Let's go back
choked
to
David
the horror
and beat him.
stories. Hope
Moments
you enjoy horror
later,
stories,
livid
Numo,
red
but
marks, like
feel free to go ahead and
fingers had
take
been
care of
wrapped
yourself.
around
You
his
need to hop
throat,
off my
stood out
stream.
clear as
Thank you,
day on his
darling.
neck. David started reciting Bible passages he'd never read, his whole body trembling like a leaf, like some unseen force was attacking him. Eventually, the 𝔖𝔤𝔥� couldn't take it and brought their son to a psychiatrist. But even the top doctors had no idea what was causing it. So, desperate, the family went to their church and even had a priest come bless the house. But nothing worked. If anything, David was getting pulled deeper into the dark day by day. And that's when the parents, refusing to give up on their youngest, went looking for someone else. And that meeting, it changed everything for the 𝔖𝔤𝔥 family. After a lot of searching, the people they found were the Warrens, Ed Warren and his wife, Lorraine. Now, these two weren't officially recognized by any church or government body, but at the time, they were the names in exorcism, ghost hunting, and psychic investigation. The media couldn't get enough of them.
Weren't they a fraud?
They were the same couple who made their name years earlier on the infamous Amityville case. If you know The Conjuring, you know the Warrens. The 𝔖𝔤𝔥 invited them in right away and showed them David, who by now was so broken he barely seemed human. And the moment Lorraine Warren laid eyes on him, she claimed she sensed something. A black, misty form curling up out of the air right beside the boy. To her, that was proof something evil had latched onto him. And then the Warrens picked up on something even more disturbing. The spirit that first grabbed hold of David was pulling in other spirits from all around like a magnet. The number that had gathered, they said, was more than 40. So think about that. Inside the small body of an 11-year-old boy, more than 40 different spirits were fighting each other to claim it.
Damn.
The Warrens decided they couldn't wait. They lobbied the local church relentlessly, and finally, with several priests on hand, the exorcism began. The whole family gathered around David to watch, but it was anything but easy. The demons, allegedly brooded throughout David's body, used him like a puppet, spewing out stuff too vile to repeat. Just when they thought they'd cornered one, it would slither away and hide deep inside him again. And here's the scariest part, the change that came over David. 1 second, he's an ordinary 11-year-old. The next, he is throwing grown men around the room. It took 4 or 5 of them to hold the kid down.
Damn.
Where that kind of strength came from in that tiny body, nobody could explain. And there's more. David recited Bible verses he'd never read, and even quoted Paradise Lost, John Milton's epic about Lucifer, the fallen angel cast down into hell. And out of his mouth came this line, "Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven." A line that an 11-year-old boy could not possibly have known, pouring right out of him. At the peak of the ritual, witnesses said David's body lifted off the bed and just hung in the air. And then, at one point, he stopped breathing entirely. As the family went white and started screaming, David suddenly gasped and pulled in a breath again, like nothing had happened. All of it pointed to one thing. Whatever was inside that kid's body, it was strong. Through every bit of it,
the family went
the
white.
Warrens
Yeah,
never
they
backed
changed
down.
their races.
They pushed on, and every time,
They changed their
David
race.
writhed and screamed in
It's
agony.
wild.
Whenever the panicked family tried to check on him, the Warrens snapped at them. "Don't
I
be
know.
fooled. A demon preys on the weakness of the
It
human
is crazy.
heart," they warned. And the family's own compassion could become its
But I think it's a
food.
trend nowadays.
The nightmare that started in summer dragged on for months, deep into the end of autumn. And then came one fateful day. David screamed loud enough to split your ears, thrashing harder than ever. Once again, the family shut their eyes tight, pinned down his limbs, and joined the ritual. But there was one person watching all of it from the sidelines, Debbie's fiance, Arnie. And when Arnie saw little David foaming at the mouth and convulsing, he couldn't just stand there. So he shouted at the boy at the top of his lungs, "Leave this kid alone. Come into me instead. Take me."
Damn.
And in that instant, the blood drained out of Lorraine Warren's face. She cried out, "You must never say something like that. To dare a demon to take you is to invite something terrible." But it was already too late. Right after Arnie shouted those words, David collapsed and went limp.
Rip.
And like nothing
GG's.
had happened at all, he
He's
drifted
done for.
off into a soft, peaceful sleep. And just like that,
Come into the.
he was an
I know,
ordinary
right?
11-year-old boy again. From then on,
What a
David
wild
got noticeably
invitation.
better. The Warrens declared the ritual a success. A war against whatever had been tormenting the Glatzel family seemed, finally, to be over. But that one line Arnie shouted, what it would unleash a few months down the road, none of them saw it coming. Okay, February 16th, 1981. About 5 months after David's exorcism. That day, Arnie, who worked as a tree surgeon, took the day off and went to see his fiancée, Debbie. Debbie worked at a dog kennel. Some of her young cousins came along too, including a kid who was only 9. So for once, everybody's having a good time. But there's a guy named Alan Bono, the manager of the kennel and Debbie's boss. And Alan wasn't just her boss. He was also the landlord of the house where Arnie and Debbie lived. Alan offered to take everyone out for lunch, and they happily said yes. But during the meal, things started going sideways. Alan ordered drinks and kept drinking hard. By the time lunch was wrapping up, he was falling down drunk, a totally different person. And here's a detail worth holding on to. Arnie had been drinking that day too, not a little. Worried something might go wrong, Debbie decided to call it a day. But the real trouble came after. Drunk Alan ended up coming back toward Arnie and Debbie's place. As things got tense, Debbie tried to get her young cousins to safety first. And right then, Alan suddenly grabbed one of the kids and started making a scene, refusing to let go. Debbie screamed at him to stop. Arnie heard the commotion, rushed in, saw the whole thing, and the two men exploded into a heated argument. Terrified something would happen, Debbie threw herself between them to break it up. And moments later, the unthinkable. Arnie let out this guttural, animal scream and pulled a knife from his pocket, a 5-inch folding knife, and he started driving it into Alan's chest over and over. A peaceful afternoon turned into chaos in a heartbeat, screams and groans all tangled together. After the repeated blows, Alan collapsed, 4 or 5 deep wounds in his chest, one of them running from his stomach all the way to his heart. He was rushed to the hospital, but hours later, he died. And in that horrifying moment, Debbie saw something that made her blood run cold. The way Arnie was wielding that knife, it was familiar, muttering things she couldn't understand, howling like an animal. It was exactly how her brother David had looked when the demons had him. All those old nightmares came flooding back. She grabbed the kids, ran, and called the police. When officers showed up, they walked into a bizarre scene. 3 kilometers away from where the murder happened, deep in the woods, Arnie was just wandering. No expression on his face, like a man who'd lost his mind. He was arrested on the spot as a first-degree murder suspect. But under questioning, all he could give them was nonsense. He came to and found himself in the woods. He didn't know why there was blood on him. And the moment of the killings was like it'd been cut out with scissors, completely gone from his memory. He had clearly stabbed a man to death, but he couldn't remember a second of it, like someone had borrowed his body for a while. The detectives weren't buying it, of course. They handed him over to prosecutors and held him on a $125,000 bail. And this case was about to turn all of America upside down, because the very next day after the killing, Lorraine Warren called the Brookfield police with a message. Arnie, she said, had been possessed by a demon when he did it. October 28, 1981, Arnie Cheyenne Johnson was indicted for the first-degree murder of Alan Bono and brought to trial at Danbury, Connecticut. And this trial had all of America glued to it before it even started, because the defense, his attorney announced. Martin Minnella had been told about all the strange stuff that had gone down with Arnie and the Glatzel family, and he cooked up a defense unlike anything before it. But when Arnie killed Alan, he wasn't in his right mind. That had happened while a demon controlled him. Basically, Arnie didn't kill the guy. The thing inside him did. And this has never been done before in the entire history of American law. Nobody had ever dragged the devil into a courtroom to argue innocence. Minnella even lined up witnesses to back it up. None other than Ed and Lorraine Warren, plus Debbie Glatzel, who had been there when the murder happened. The Warren story went like this. Arnie first got tangled up with a demon during David's exorcism. That one line he'd shouted at the boy, "Take me instead," that was the moment the demon left David's body and crossed into Arnie's. And Debbie's testimony was chilling too. As Arnie drew the knife, she said, he made a sound like an animal growling, the exact same noise David used to make when the demons had him. And then the Warrens dropped something even creepier. Lorraine claimed she'd known weeks before the murder that something terrible was coming. During the exorcism, she said, David had given a kind of prophecy foretelling the bloodshed ahead. And that's why she called the Brookfield police in advance, asking them to keep an eye on the Glatzel's. In other words, the demon had called its shot months before it happened. The press dubbed it the Demon Murder Trial and ran it on the front pages for days. Calls poured into Manila from all over the world. He even tried to fly an exorcism specialist from Europe to testify. But the judge, Robert Callahan, not having it. Before the trial even properly began, he threw the possession defense out on the spot. For a defense like that to fly, he said, you would need objective evidence proving Arnie's state. And that evidence was nowhere to be found, and the whole claim was way too unscientific. There was another worry too. Think about the precedent. If this worked even once, what's stopping anyone from committing a crime and just blaming the devil?
Yeah,
so because of
that's
that
true.
ruling, the jurors never heard a single word about demons or possession in that courtroom. Not the Warrens' testimony, not Arnie's shouted line. All of it stayed outside those courtroom walls. Backed into a corner, the defense pivoted completely. Instead of demonic possession, they argued self-defense, that a drunk Alan Bono had threatened Debbie and her young cousins, and Arnie fought back. But a man was already dead. On November 24th, 1981, after 15 hours of deliberation over 3 days, the jury found
but they
Arnie
believed in
guilty of
ghosts?
first-degree manslaughter.
Like the first
and he
case
got 10 to
earlier,
20
they let a
years.
ghost
A model
testify
inmate,
and win
he
the
was
damn
out after serving
case.
about 5. So, demonic possession never
So
won in
demons
court,
are not real, but ghosts
Manila
are?
later admitted
Are
that
we
even
being
though the jury
selective?
never heard the demon defense in the room, they'd watched the TV coverage, read the front pages, seen the magazines. They knew exactly what this case was really about. So, did Arnie really do this while possessed by a demon? Well, buckle up, because this is where it gets complicated. The truth is, there were skeptics from day one. First off, why couldn't Arnie remember? Maybe it wasn't a demon at all. Maybe he just blacked out because he was hammered that day. By several accounts, Arnie was still visibly drunk when they arrested him. And even at the police station, it took him a long while to sober up, just saying. But the biggest crack came from the guy at the center of it all, because Arnie never once said with his own mouth that the devil made him do it. All he ever said was that he couldn't remember anything. The possession claim came entirely from the priests, the Warrens, and his lawyer. And the Warrens, yeah, they couldn't dodge scrutiny either, because they had a side hustle. After the trial, they hired a writer and turned the whole thing into a book, The Devil in Connecticut, published in 1983. And according to what came out later, when the writer pointed out that some of it didn't match the facts, Ed Warren allegedly told him, true or not, make it scary. People pay for scary. And the money tells its own story. The Warrens reportedly pulled in over $81,000 from that book. And the Glatzel family, the people who actually lived through that nightmare, walked away with something like $4,500. But the person who pushed back hardest came from inside the family. The oldest son, Carl Glatzel, said that the whole thing was a lie from start to finish. His brother David wasn't possessed by anything. He'd had mental illness and learning disability since childhood. Carl believed the Warrens had exploited his brother's condition for money, and he eventually sued the book's author and Lorraine Warren. And honestly, the most unsettling part of Carl's story is something else entirely. Years later, after both their parents had died, Carl was going through their belongings when he found a note his mother had left behind. It read, roughly, The family had their medicine tonight, and everything was good. Carl came to suspect his mother had been secretly slipping a sleep aid into the family's food. And that drug, taken over a long stretch, can cause side effects like hallucinations and mood swings. So maybe the old man David saw, the voices he heard, were all hallucinations conjured up by a drug. And Carl had a completely different take on the murder, too. Nothing to do with any demon, he said. Arnie was intensely possessive of Debbie, and there were rumors floating around about Debbie and the landlord, Alan Bono. So, to Carl, it was a crime of jealousy and booze, a senseless, spur-of-the-moment killing. Arnie and Debbie, on the other hand, insisted to the very end that everything the Warrens said was true. The two got married in 1985 while Arnie was still in prison. And for years after his release, they kept telling their story. So the family split right down the middle, and the truth sank deeper into the fog. But then, decades later, something nobody expected came out of Arnie's own mouth. In 2023, in a documentary, an elderly Arnie said this. He'd never actually been possessed. He'd never even had an exorcism. The man who'd been called his whole life the one the devil took, at the very end of it, denied the whole thing himself. So let's recap. This whole thing started in the summer of 1980 in an ordinary house a family just moved into. An 11-year-old boy who said he met an old man with black, soulless eyes beside a waterbed. The 40 demons that supposedly fought over his tiny body. The young man who shouted at those demons to take him instead. And the murder by that young man's hand just a few months later. Was all of it really a coincidence? In the end, the court never recognized the existence of this devil. Maybe it was all just a drunk man's spur-of-the-moment crime, and the family's tragedy spun out of illness, drugs, and money into a great big lie. But here's the thing that keeps me thinking, that still doesn't explain everything that happened in that house. What did David see? What left those marks on his neck, pressed there by hands nobody could see? And the thing that supposedly entered two different men, one after the other, what was it? That truth is still out there, hidden in the fog. This case went on to inspire the third Conjuring film, and a Netflix documentary too, if you want to go deeper. So I want to know what you think. Does the devil really exist? Drop it in the comments, and I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey there, beauties and beasts! Welcome back to the channel. Don't get too comfortable where you are because we are about to take a trip to Scotland and its capital, Edinburgh, known as one of the most haunted cities in the world. We will be looking at two locations in particular today, the vaults and the Greyfriars Kirkyard, or churchyard. Plague, persecution, and poltergeists are the theme of today. Imagine you're on a ghost tour around a beautiful city full of medieval and Gothic architecture. Standing in a clump with the other curious tourists, the air begins to shift behind you. You feel as though another presence has joined the group, one with bad intentions. You shuffle a little closer to your friend or boyfriend, and the tour guide looks at you knowingly. They have seen it 100 times before, and they know very well what has joined the group. Footsteps might sound, or a loud bang might echo between the gravestones, or down a long dark passageway. Because in Edinburgh, nobody is ever too far from a ghost. Listen closely enough, and you may even hear it whispering inches from your ear. So, snacks ready, dram or drink poured, good luck charms powered up, let's begin. One thing I completely took for granted growing up in Korea was how easy it is to see a doctor here. If I'm not feeling well, I can usually walk into a clinic and see a doctor the same day. Video. The year is 2023, and Edinburgh was just starting to open up again after the pandemic. 𝔒𝔱𝔥, a Korean girl, was visiting her sister Jiyoung, who was studying medicine at Glasgow University. Jiyoung had already visited Edinburgh for the Fringe Festival, and she really wanted her sister to see the beautiful city. It's fun to show off when you're abroad and somebody comes to visit, right?
An ad for Korea.
So they explored the castle,
Have you been there?
the Royal Mile,
Have
and
you
even
visited
climbed a small
Korea
mountain called
in those?
Arthur's Seat to get some nice pictures overlooking the city. Since Edinburgh has such a spooky reputation, they decided to book themselves onto a ghost tour for the evening.
I tried to visit Korea,
They
but
chose
my
the tour of the Blear Street
visa
Vaults.
got rejected. They said I'm too broke to visit, so I
Their
couldn't
tour
go.
guide was a woman called Diane, confident, quick-witted, and with very thick gray hair. Diane was an expert on everything about the vaults, Edinburgh and Scotland's history. The
They
group
said no
gathered
to
around
broke
her outside the
tourists,
entrance
so
as she gave a brief history of the vaults.
it's a bit
She said
sad.
she wanted to do this before they went in because, as they would learn, the atmosphere inside the vaults changed immediately, and people found it hard to focus. Positioned underneath the South Bridge, the vaults were built around the 1780s. Huge chambers, sometimes a couple of stories high. They were first used as storage or workshops for merchants and tradespeople, but eventually they were abandoned by businesses due to damp. Soon, taverns, illegal distilleries, and unhoused people moved in. But even before then, the vaults had a dark history.
So sad
Diane
having
told
a
them
weak
that because the chimneys were
passport.
so small, it was common for children to be rented out to clean chimneys, sometimes for 7 years at a time. It was so cramped, sometimes the kids got stuck. So merchants had two options: pay more money for the child to be extracted, or light a fire and smoke the child to death. And I don't think I need to tell you what many merchants chose to do. It's said that when the vaults were being refurbished and a metal plate came loose, a child's leather shoe fell free, but the space was too small and the brickwork too old to look for a body. The chambers under South Bridge had been home to refugees from the massacres of Gaelic-speaking people from the Highlands, and also from the Irish famine of 1840s. Diane suggested that it's possible that hundreds of people died from exposure and starvation in the vaults. And once during a huge fire, hundreds of people ran into the vaults to seek refuge from the blaze. They didn't have time to think about the way brick conducts heat through, so slowly they were roasted alive. Some stories say that in their last moments, parents slit the throats of their children to spare them a longer, more agonizing death. So, Diane said, remember, there are all kinds of phenomena recorded down here. Poltergeists, phantoms, monsters, witches, mimics, all sorts. This is your last chance to turn back. She looked around the group. Nobody? Well, if you do get scared inside, try not to close your eyes, okay? They love it when people try not to look. They? 𝔒𝔱𝔥 looked at her sister, who just shrugged back at her. As soon as they made their way into the vaults along the dark, brick-walled passages, the temperature dropped. Diane held up an electronic thermometer. It had dropped by 7 degrees, but the girls didn't need to be told. They could feel it. 𝔒𝔱𝔥 drew her coat tighter. They were taken deeper and deeper into the vaults, past the bridge foundations and the old city mortuary where bodies were once embalmed and prepared for burial. They paused in an area just beyond the mortuary. Candles burned all around them, and distantly, water was dripping slowly, drop after drop after drop. And the dropping sound stopped. "We'll take a moment here," Diane said. She stamped her boot. Bang, bang. The sound echoed all around them, and the candles flickered in place. "I like to let anything know we're down here. It's only polite." She smiled at the group. "Feel free to wander around, but please don't leave this vault. Oh," and she smiled again, then drew a brass candle extinguisher from her coat. "Let's get rid of some of these." Slowly, she began to snuff out the candles, one by one, until only a single flame was left. "Okay, go, explore a bit."
Oh,
The
no.
group dispersed, and Ch1suk
Why
and
turn off
Chiyoung made their way
why
to
put out the
some of
candle?
recesses.
Bro.
Chiyoung complained that
It's
she
so
was beginning
scary
to get a
already.
headache, that there wasn't enough air down here. She felt weak and ill, but it was probably just tiredness. Ch1suk heard others mumble similar complaints. As they were peering into one of the holes in the wall, Ch1suk felt someone bump her back.
Hey,
"Oh,
Choco.
죄송합니다," she said, which
Welcome
means sorry in
in.
Korean.
Alright.
Sorry.
No worries.
But then something else happened that made her think again.
Thank you for the
See,
lurkies.
Ch1suk had this very fine, thin type of hair that was impossible to keep up in a ponytail. Bits were always coming loose and falling around her neck. In the almost total darkness of the vault, a cold, clammy finger brushed aside one of the strands. Ch1suk gasped and spun around. What the hell, she thought. But there was nobody there. The rest of the group were scattered around the vault. Ch1suk slapped her sister's arm, blaming her, but Chiyoung slapped her back. Then they heard gasps and small shouts from across the room. A Spanish accent asked, "Did anybody hear that?" "Footsteps," somebody else said. Yes, I heard." Ch1suk, Chiyoung, and the rest of the group shrank back to the middle of the room. The footsteps echoed from somewhere beyond the room they were in. Then came the sound, sure as anything, of rattling keys. "Well," said Diane, "you're lucky." "Lucky?" Chiyoung looked at her sister like, is this woman for real? He doesn't show up for everybody. The footsteps came from the direction of the mortuary, not slowly, but assured, with intent. Then they stopped, right at the doorway. Everybody in the group looked at the black arch of the entrance where they expected to see a figure. But there was nobody there. Nobody they could see, at least. Terror gripped Ch1suk. She clenched her eyes shut. "Get out!" It was a voice, but not a voice. A sound, but not a sound. A yell from the passageway, but a whisper right against the shelves of their ears. The last candle blew out, and the room plunged into total darkness. "Who closed their eyes?" Diane yelled. "Open your eyes!" Ch1suk did so. A lighter sparked in Diane's hand, and the room lit up again. A ring of shocked faces stared back and forth between each other. Diane casually drifted towards one of the biggest candles and lit it, then another. The room filled with orange, dancing light again. "There you go," she said. "You got the premium experience. You met Mr. Boots." She looked at Ch1suk. "Oh, and miss, you're bleeding." Ch1suk raised a hand to the back of her neck. Her fingers came away with a bright flash of blood on them. On the back to the entrance, Diane explained Mr. Boots, the vault's most infamous ghost. He is named after his echoing boots that stomp through the halls and rooms. Many people have reported seeing him, and they describe him as a tall, shadowy figure who wears a long, heavy coat, a broad hat, who carries the jangling keys of a watchman. He's known for guarding the White Room, and with history suggesting he was a body snatcher or a murderer, it's believed the White Room is where he kept the bodies. I tried to find out if this is where 𝔒𝔱𝔥𝔢𝔯 and her sister were, but it's unclear. Apparently, he is a poltergeist, meaning he can interact with the physical world. Sometimes he pushes people, leers over women, and his most famous expression that is heard over and over again by countless tourists is, "Get out." I want to quickly give a little more insight into body snatchers, since Mr. Boots may have been one. In the 1800s, a law was introduced in Scotland that said medical schools, an ever-growing area at the time, could only dissect the bodies of executed murderers, prisoners, and foundlings. With Edinburgh fast becoming Europe's premier medical hub, the number of students, and therefore dissections needed, quickly outpaced the supply of legal corpses. This gave rise to the so-called resurrection men. The medical anatomists began paying for freshly dug up corpses by specialized body snatchers. This became such a lucrative trade that families with money started to have their loved ones buried in what became known as mort safes, heavy iron grids placed over freshly dug graves to keep robbers and snatchers away. Two of the most famous body snatchers
robbers.
And serial killers were Burke and Hare.
The only thing
they realized
the
that
thieves
a freshly
took
killed
from my
corpse
parents'
was worth more than natural death.
resting
Between
place
1827 and
are
1828,
the things I left
the
there,
man would
like
murder
food,
at least 16
candles,
people.
flowers,
And sadly, no different from
cleaning
today,
tools.
these people
Every
tended
time
to
I
be
come
the
back,
most
things are
vulnerable
gone.
or marginalized,
And that
just
place
like the fires,
has
the
like a
death,
small
and the
little
starvation
like
of the
grills
people
or
who'd taken
gates
shelter
or
in the
whatever, like
vaults.
door
It's said that the men
metal door
often used the vaults
on
to
it,
store the
and
bodies
it's locked.
until,
It's bad
in the
locked,
dark
but
of
there are
night,
like
they could bring them to their most
there are
loyal
like
customer,
spaces where you can
Dr.
reach your
Robert
hand.
Knox.
Maybe
A
that's how
private
they
anatomy
took all the
lecturer,
things.
Knox chose to overlook
So,
the origins of his fresh cadavers. It
Been a while
was for
since
the
I
good of
visited
science,
my
after all,
parents.
he told himself. In
Hello,
1828, the men were
Mr.
finally
Bankroll,
caught.
how are you?
Their last victim, Mary Dougherty, was found hidden under a bed. At first, the police found no evidence connecting the killings to the two men. But then they had the idea. Offer Hare immunity to
You missing
testify
Pal
against
World,
Burke.
Mr. Bankroll?
Hare, self-serving to the very end, turned on his partner. Hare left Edinburgh, and the scent runs cold on where he ended up. Knox, the doctor and customer for
Started
the bodies,
the day
was
pissed. I'm
never
okay now.
charged. Burke was sentenced to death and hanged in 1829. The murders caused such a scandal that the resurrectionist trade effectively ended, and 25,000 people showed up to watch his hanging. His corpse was dissected, and in a twist of irony, his skeleton was put on display in the Anatomical Museum of the Edinburgh Medical School, where it remains to this day. And one of the most haunted parts of the city is the Greyfriars Kirkyard, and we're going to focus on its second most famous resident. The first we will come to at the end. And you know, I'm not immune to a little bit of a TLDR history lesson, so buckle in as we set the scene for Sir George Bloody Mackenzie. In the 1600s, Sir George Mackenzie was the Lord Advocate of Scotland. This role was kind of like the chief prosecutor. In 1679, he was responsible for the persecution of the Covenanters, people who didn't believe in the divine right of kings and wanted a separation of church and state, also connected to Protestantism. This follows a period of intense pain for the city. The Great Plague of Edinburgh ate through the city from 1645 to 1649. It killed between half and 2/3 of the population. And this was the time of plague doctors, including Dr. George Ray. If you don't recognize his name, you might recognize his style. Long black cloak and a beak-like mask. Ring a bell?
Oh,
Buildings and even
damn.
whole streets were boarded up as their occupants died in their hundreds. Their corpses left forgotten or carried out to be tossed into mass burial sites. Only 30 years later, the political and religious unrest of the persecution of the Covenanters followed. And that's when Bloody Mackenzie subjected the city to even more pain. Mackenzie imprisoned around 1,200 Covenanters, and 400 of them he kept in a field near Greyfriars Kirkyard. That place is now known as the Covenanters' Prison. Many of them starved to death in the cramped conditions or died due to exposure in the harsh Scottish winters. Others were executed, sometimes having their severed heads set on spikes at the entrance to the graveyard. This was a warning to anyone who might think about joining the cause. Others still were sentenced to transportation to the colonies, and of these, many
Wait,
drowned
Doctor?
as
He looked
their
drippy?
ships sank
Yeah.
off the coast of the Orkney Islands. Sir George rightfully earned
Very
the name
iconic
he keeps to
outfit.
this day.
Because
Bloody
people still
Mackenzie.
remember it to
Mackenzie
this day.
died in 1691 in London, but his body was returned to Greyfriars and he was buried just meters away from where he brutalized his victims a decade before. Witnesses at the time said that he was so full of hatred and spite for the people he killed that his coffin shifted and moved around with a mysterious force, even as he was carried to his final, or not so final, resting place. He was buried in the so-called Black Mausoleum, and that is where he lay until the 1990s, and a very unlucky accident. In 1998, a homeless man needed somewhere to shelter and saw the huge circular mausoleum. He broke the lock and entered the space full of the Mackenzie dead. Curious, the homeless man cracked open one of the coffins with brute force. The floor cracked, then split, and the man fell into a pit underneath. And you don't think I told you about the plague for nothing, do you? This pit was full of bodies of plague victims. And if you're thinking, Megan, the Great Plague was over 300 years before, how much was really left to fall into? Well, you see, Edinburgh had a bit of a real estate problem when it came to everything, including its dead. So it was common to build directly on top of existing sites. If you ever visit Edinburgh, you can really see this too. It's a city built on top of itself. So when the mausoleum was built on top of the thin covering of dirt and grass over the plague victims, it created a seal. The bodies the man fell into, they were still decomposing, reaching skeletal arms,
and getting ready to
jaws
plant?
and skin like torn paper. The dead lay scattered around him.
I don't
damp
have a
as
sense of time
leaves.
anymore.
The man scrambled over corpses, skulls collapsing under his fingers like fine meringue. He ran screaming into the night, terrified out of his wits. But it wasn't the bodies the man reported to the police when he was caught and questioned. No. He kept repeating one thing. That face. That face. The face of Bloody Mackenzie. And that's where the stories of Mackenzie poltergeist began. Opening that coffin had unleashed the restless spirit of Bloody Mackenzie. And people started to get hurt, physically hurt. The Scotsman newspaper reported that a few days after the collapse of the floor, a woman was passing the mausoleum and said she was blasted back by a cold force. The newspaper went on to say that another woman was found unconscious next to the tomb with bruises all over her neck as if she'd been strangled. And shortly after, the Edinburgh City Council blocked up the mausoleum for good. But that didn't stop Mackenzie. A volunteer tour guide called Mr. Rose says that hundreds of people have reported being hurt here. Other sources put the number in the thousands, and one historian says the number would probably be more, except people are too embarrassed to come forward. Rose adds that people have been bitten, scratched, burnt, pushed over, and, as we saw, strangled. Many tourists report
Mr.
feeling suddenly hot or cold as they near the
I
site.
appreciate
One
you.
tourist reported feeling something follow him the
Thank you,
whole way home from the
darling.
tour in the graveyard. Back in his rented
No
apartment,
sense of time,
he
too much
felt
power.
a
What do you
presence
mean?
had made its way
I'm
in
not
with him.
sweaty. You and
Out of
Mr.
the
Bang
corner
Pro
of his
are the
eye,
ones who's sweaty.
he would
What
see
the
a
fuck?
figure watching him.
Mr.
But
Bang
when
Pro
he
even
looked,
thinking of
it
quitting
would
his job
vanish.
just so he can play more
He
Pal
began
World.
sleeping with the lights on,
Just
but
look at
later
that.
left the apartment when he began
I'm
to
not
hear
the one who's
Bible
sweaty.
verses late at night, like they were being read from just outside his door, even
Thank
though
you
there
again,
was
darling.
never
Appreciate
anybody
you.
there when he checked. Another visitor reported that after a tour of the churchyard,
Yay,
she
I got
returned to her
groceries
hotel
now.
and in the shower noticed bruises on her arms. She was confused and a little freaked out, of course, at first, but it was when she visited the tour company's website and saw they had a photo gallery of former customers and their bruises that she learned she may have been the victim of a paranormal attack. And I contacted one guide from the city, and they told me that in general, local guides do enjoy playing around with the lore of the city, and that they're super used to and even proud of the spooky vibes. But that Mackenzie and certain rooms in the vaults, they never, ever mess with. It's not too often we get to end with an actual real-life friendly ghost, but I couldn't resist this time. Any dog lovers out there? Greyfriars Bobby was a terrier dog who became famous in the 19th century for that ultimate canine quality, loyalty. His owner was a night watchman called John Gray. Because it was such a lonely job, John brought a Skye Terrier, and they are adorable, by the way, who he called Bobby. And Bobby and John became absolute besties, and Bobby helped keep watch during the long, cold winter nights. But soon, Edinburgh's near constant damp took its toll, and John died from tuberculosis. He was buried in Greyfriars Kirkyard in 1858. Little Bobby was inconsolable, and he refused to leave his best friend's grave. The graveyard watchman would try to return Bobby or chase him away, but he always came back to lie over his master's grave and protect him. So eventually they realized they couldn't beat the will of this stubborn little dog. So they built him a shelter next to the grave. Bobby stayed by John's grave for 14 long years. He died in 1872 and was buried in the same graveyard, just a few feet away from his beloved owner. His gravestone reads, "Let his loyalty and devotion be a lesson to us all." A statue now stands at the Kirkyard in honor of this special little pup. And it is Bobby, not Bloody Mackenzie, who is the Greyfriar Kirkyard's most famous resident. Just wow. I could spend hours and hours talking about Edinburgh and its secrets. Have any of you been there? Any experiences from the churchyards or vaults?
Don't know.
Actually, when I was doing research for
I
this
always
video,
think of
I had to log
what
into
my
an account,
dogs are gonna do
and
once
the
I'm dead.
passcode I was sent
Who's gonna take care
ended
of
with
them?
666.
Are they
I
gonna
kid you
end up in
not.
the streets?
All of the chilling stories aside, the
I
biggest
don't know.
thing that stuck out to me
I'm worried
was
about
that
them.
how so much of the world's cruelty lands on the shoulders of the most disenfranchised people. Edinburgh seems to be haunted by spirits, yes, but also by their own human shortcomings, exploitation, a lack of kindness or charity, greed, persecution. Ghosts are definitely scary, but damn, we are too. What do you think? Is there something we can learn from these spirits? How they lived and how they died? Why they remain? Let me know in the comments what you think. And until next time, let's take extra care to be kind to ourselves and to others. Or, in other words, what would we, Bobby, Edinburgh's best ghost, do? Bye-bye, and I will see you in the next one. Good night. When you think of vampires, what comes to mind? Dracula, fangs, coffins, a castle on a hill. We tend to assume vampires started as fiction, a monster someone invented to scare us. But what if I told you that more than 100 years before Dracula was ever written, real people were digging up real graves, looking for real vampires? And I don't mean villagers swapping ghost stories around a fire. I mean military officials, army surgeons, government investigators sent in to write official reports. It started in 1727 in a small Serbian village with a soldier who came home from war, changed. His name was Arnold Paule. And what happened after he died terrified an entire continent. Hey beauties and bees, today we are heading somewhere incredibly rich in folklore, the Slavic countries of the Balkans, focusing on Serbia and Bosnia today. Before we dig in, two quick things. One, this region is hugely diverse, and I can't wait to cover more of it, especially with our Slavic beauties and bees sharing in the comments. And two, you will hear me use ℏ𝔬𝔬𝔦𝔯 and vampire interchangeably today, because the sources often do. But if you're from the region, I'd love your take on that distinction below. So yeah, let's get into it.
Vampires. Let's go.
Okay, everybody, please sit down because I got a new beauty device. I love beauty devices. I use them on May 7, Serbia. A soldier returned from a war far from
I don't
home,
have a beauty device.
and his name was Arnold Paule. At first, his family and friends were happy to see him, of course. He made it home alive and in one piece.
I guess you could still consider it a beauty device, right?
His eyes looked duller and more distant. He stalked around the village now, stopped and calculating like a wolf hungry for its next meal. He used to laugh a lot, and that laugh would make it all the way to his eyes. But now, nothing. The laugh lines remained, but they made him seem tired and drawn, not someone who earned them with a life of joy. One evening, his wife confronted him. "What happened to you? What did you see? We're worried about you." It wasn't uncommon for soldiers to return changed. You know, the trauma, the stress. She wanted to understand what happened to her husband. Paule pulled in a deep breath through his nose.
Isn't it just PTSD
and closed his eyes, remembering.
War or
then
something?
he shared something that chilled his family, even though they were inside and gathered around the fire. It crackled in the hearth as he spoke. "When I was on tour," he said, "I was plagued by a creature, something undead. It followed me from village to village as my unit moved along. One night, I awoke to the creature above me. Its godless eyes were like a wolf's, staring at me as though it were about to devour me. It moved like shadow, and its clawed fingers took hold of my throat. I fought the creature off and chased it down to its hiding place, where I killed it with my saber, but not before it bit me." His wife looked on, shocked, and raised a hand to her mouth. Paule continued, "To save my soul, I burned the corpse and followed the folk wisdom to eat dirt from its grave and cover myself with its blood." Here, Paule shook his head. "But I fear it's not enough. I can feel something growing inside me like a black mold. My love, I fear it will soon consume me." Time passed in the village of Meduenia, and Paule returned to his work as a farmer. Slowly, a little normality returned. His feelings of dread, however, were about to be proven prescient. One day, riding on a hay wagon, Paule lost his balance and fell from the great height, his body smashing against the road. He lay unconscious for some days, as his wife cared for and wept for him. But eventually, he succumbed to his injuries and died. His body was committed to the cold, cold ground, and strange things began to happen in the village, strange and frightening. Whispers blew throughout the village streets like wind. 𝔐𝔬𝔬 had returned. One person saw him standing above their bed with strings of saliva dripping from his open mouth. Another said they awoke one night, soaking with sweat, only to look up and see him pressed against their ceiling, staring down at them. His widow pressed her lips together and endured the rumors. But actually, she knew it already, because she had seen him too. Then the bodies started to show up, drained empty of their blood. Some of them were found with their mouths twisted in agony, and their corpses dry and brittle. And many of them were the very same people who had reported seeing 𝔐𝔬𝔬. The villagers put two and two together, and after waiting 40 days, in respect to Orthodox Christian beliefs, they made their way to his grave, hoping that his corpse would reveal answers. The shovels dug into the cold, hard earth, and even though it was still winter, the villagers wiped their brows with sweat as they worked. Finally, 𝔐𝔬𝔬's coffin was uncovered. A brave villager climbed down into the hole and prized off the lid. It clattered aside, and the assembled villagers gasped. There was 𝔐𝔬𝔬, body as fresh as the day he was buried. The official report even says the body appeared complete and undecayed. The only changes were long, claw-like nails and hair that had grown and curled around his shoulders, and blood stained his mouth. The assembled crowd began to bless themselves in a frenzy. They made a stake, and one brave villager jumped into the grave, raised his hand, and drove the stake into 𝔐𝔬𝔬's unmoving chest.
Oh my god.
And in the dark winter night,
Why?
a groan escaped the corpse and echoed all around. Fresh blood spilled from the wound and bubbled from its mouth. The people stood shocked, their fears about Arnold 𝔐𝔬𝔬's fate confirmed. They burned the corpse and stood around shivering as the flesh sizzled, the fat dripped, and the ashes floated up into the sky like crows startled from a tree. Some sources say they then exhumed the bodies of his victims too and repeated the process, frightened that he'd created others like him. That was the end of Arnold 𝔐𝔬𝔬, they thought, but they were wrong. Around 5 years later, bodies started showing up again, one, then another, then another. Each one was completely drained of blood, like someone had grabbed a hold of an orange and squeezed it dry until there was nothing left but skin and pulp. There were other deaths that started with strange, sudden illness. Whispers circulated that 𝔐𝔬𝔬, having fed on livestock, had passed on his monstrous hunger to anyone who ate the meat. Like it was a contagion in the already disease-ravaged region. But nobody knew for sure, and that uncertainty created a troubling question. If Arnold 𝔐𝔬𝔬's body had already been exhumed, staked, and burned, then why were people dying again? To believers, the answer was obvious. Vampirism had spread. To skeptics, the outbreak raised a different possibility. Perhaps 𝔐𝔬𝔬 had never been responsible in the first place. Whatever the truth was, fear returned to the village with renewed force. And as the fever of fear grew in the village, the Austrian authorities became involved. Okay, quick history. In 1718, the Habsburg monarchy annexed Serbia, and it remained under their control until 1739, when it was signed over to the Ottoman Empire in the Treaty of Belgrade. At the time of these happenings, the area was under direct military rule from Vienna. The area, due to the constant conflict, was also plunged into instability, poverty, and constant trauma. So they were no strangers to hardship, fear, or death. In winter 1731, a military physician called Johann Glaser was sent to the village to investigate. He found no signs of contagion, though, and concluded that poverty, malnutrition, and harsh living conditions were responsible for the increased deaths. But the villagers weren't satisfied with this explanation. So, a second investigation was organized, and this is the case that spread the vampire craze like a fever across Europe. So, what makes this case unusual is that it wasn't recorded by a folklorist collecting legends decades later. It was investigated by military officials and physicians who were expected to provide practical explanations for what they found. Johannes 𝔖𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬 a respected military surgeon, arrived in the village in January 1732. Can you imagine how cold and stark the atmosphere in the village would have been? I don't envy anyone in this story, truly. 𝔖𝔬𝔬𝔬 began his investigation. 13 bodies were exhumed, dug out from the ungiving winter earth. And what 𝔖𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬 found were almost perfectly preserved bodies. One sentence goes, the whole viscera were quite fresh. It was like ℓ𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬 all over again. January 26, 𝔖𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬 completed his findings and published them in a document known as the ℒ𝑣sum et repertum, a military report, not a ghost story or dramatic retelling. That shook the region. For around 2 decades after, Europe experienced vampire craze. The original report and further reports were translated into German, French, English, and Latin. Politicians, doctors, priests, and even philosophers debated in public about whether vampires existed or not. In parlors and kitchens, pubs, and street corners all across the continent, people talked about corpses leaving their graves at night, people being drained of blood in their sleep, and contagion of vampirism that spread from bite to bite, victim to victim. In some regions, driven by fear, terrified villagers hastily dug up bodies, drove stakes through them, cut off their heads.
She's exposing our secrets.
State authorities would even sometimes supervise such events
vampire
because
brothers and
public
sisters.
panic had become so intense. And once again, for the history nerds among us, this was all against the backdrop of the Enlightenment, a period of science, of reason, of the mastery of the mind over the body. There were occasional thinkers like Voltaire who mocked the craze, but the bloody tide of fear surged out nonetheless. And it's why vampirism is so entrenched in our storytelling and consciousness today. We often think of Dracula as the starting point, and definitely there's lots to explore in another video about Vlad the Impaler. But when it comes to vampires, ℓ𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬 predates Bram Stoker's Dracula by over 100 years. And please, our literature nerds among us, drop your favorite classic, Enlightenment, Gothic, or romantic horror stories in the comments. I know it's summer, but it's never too bright or too warm to get a little cozy with some good classic literature. So we looked at the vampire. So what about ℬ𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬┬? A grave lies lonely and forgotten. No visitors, not even animals stray near it. Year after year, it lies under the white eye of the moon, seemingly still and undisturbed. But this grave isn't still at all. At night, the earth rises and falls. It seethes with some force from beneath. Then a clawed hand emerges. A hand, or something else, the narrow paw of a wolf. It scrapes at the earth, struggling for purchase. Then, with nails making troughs in the dirt, the creature heaves itself up and out. In the moonlight, it stands for some moments, panting and steaming with a feverish heat in the cold air. It shakes its head, its red eyes turn towards the nearest village, and with a violent leap, it bounds towards its next victim. This is the ℬ𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬. ℬ meaning wolf, and ℬ𝔬𝔬𝔬𝔬 meaning pelt, literally the wolf-haired one. a man turned wolf or wolf turned man. The stories differ. It is like a werewolf, but not, a vampire, but not, an undead beast where both monsters meet. And wherever it goes, it brings death. Luca was a hunter, skilled, maybe a little too skilled for comfort. Villagers said he moved with wolf-like grace, his eyes piercing and intent. As in any small community, people love to gossip. Any small town watchers feel this? People said Luca spent too much time in the forests and hillsides, that he would be better making friends, finding a partner, settling down, and starting a family. But Luca was denied the chance. He caught a fever. It was sudden and severe. For 3 nights, he thrashed and howled with pain and confusion before he succumbed to the illness. And the villagers were so scared of the sickness spreading, they buried him quickly and without a priest. And what's worse, in a shallow grave because the earth was too frozen to dig. The gravediggers and the small crowd drifted away and left Luca to his eternity. How mistaken they were. The first night after Luca was buried, his father heard footsteps outside the door. It was like someone was creeping around, uncertain about whether or not they could really approach. "Do you hear that?" Luca's father asked. His daughter answered, whispering, "Yes, Papa." A knock came at the door. Both father and daughter were certain something wasn't right. They sat as frozen as the earth and watched the dying fire pulse in the grate. And there was another knock. Then a brittle but familiar voice. "Please," it said, "open, Papa." It was Luca. Her sister made for the door, but her father caught her by the wrist. "Stop," he hissed. He had heard stories, long ago and silly sounding at the time, but now they came back to him. Those stories and those worries for his son, that he could be taken by something unnatural after all. The pair were silent and their ears strained as the footsteps seemed to circle the house. Eventually, they drift off again and the family went to bed, falling into a fitful sleep. 3 days later, sheep were found dead on the hills, their throats ripped out and their entrails half-eaten and trailing through the snow. Goats lay headless in family smallholdings, and even a neighborhood dog was found dead, its tan fur slashed to ribbons. The village priest stood at the pulpit at Mass and said a sickness had fallen over the village. But Luca's father surged to his feet, drawing gasps from the congregation. "No," he said, "it's the 𝔒𝔬𝔬𝔦𝔯𝔬𝔦𝔯𝔬 and it was once my son." There, he pushed his face into his cupped palms and wept. That night, there was a shift in the wind, almost as though it was blowing back on itself. A wind too warm and too humid for that time of the year. A wind that felt like the hot, wet breath of an animal. Luca's father stood at the edge of the village, his face buffeted by the strange wind. On the hill in the distance, he saw a figure, tall, broad at the shoulders, and its face the long, narrow maw of a wolf. It regarded the man with twin red eyes, its open mouth dripping saliva that, when the moon caught it, gleamed red like beads of rubies. Luca's father lifted a hand, intending to wave, but when the wolf's head dipped below its shoulders and it stalked a few feet forward, he instead blessed himself, turned his back, and ran to his house, bolting the door behind him. And he never saw the wolf man or heard Luca's voice again. This is one of these myths that splinters from village to village and region to region. So really please add any more detail if you're from the area and know more about the story. As I said, the name translates to the wolf-haired one. Sometimes it can be a man who becomes a wolf, sometimes the reverse. It's also sometimes interchangeable with the vampire, or it's seen as half werewolf, half vampire, which is why I've grouped them together today. One reason the 𝔬𝔬𝔦𝔯 can be difficult to define is that different villages often had different beliefs about what created one in the first place. In some traditions, a person who lived an especially sinful life was at risk. In others, the danger came from an improper burial or religious rites that were not performed correctly. Some stories even suggest that a vampire could eventually become a 𝔬𝔬𝔦𝔯, transforming into something even more animalistic and violent. And what makes this folklore so fascinating is that there was never one single version. The 𝔬𝔬𝔦𝔯 wasn't a creature described in a rulebook. It was a living piece of folklore, changing from village to village, generation to generation. One thing for sure is that it's understood to be revenant, something returned from the dead, something unnatural. It's said to come out at night to return to its home place, to stalk loved ones. Unlike Dracula or other grand beings, this 𝔬𝔬𝔦𝔯 is rural and local. It's a creature of the village well of the family dwelling. As with Arnold Paule and what might have happened to Luca, when the grave is uncovered, the body is often found perfectly preserved. So the 𝔬𝔬𝔦𝔯 can also be a deceased person who isn't ready to leave their body, and in clinging to it, transforms it and preserves it, but at the price of further misery. Misery and a death that bears further death. Maybe some of you are old enough to remember when social media really took off, and it was this thing that let us all connect like never before. What's fascinating to me, though, is how connected we already were through stories and folklore, just like the ones we share here. And I am so grateful to you all for sharing your folklore. I know it's very dear to you, and I promise you it's very dear to me too. Something I want to reflect on with Luca's story is I wonder how often these stories are, or can be, analogies for outcasts or about fractured families. Maybe not in their origin, because I don't blame Luca's family for being terrified. I wonder what would have happened if Luca's father had waved to him, or if the door had been opened by his sister. I don't know. What do you think? Is there ever a time when we should let the wolf in? I also wonder if we can learn something about the power of narrative and story, and how important a belief framework is in the chaos of war, disease, and death. In all the pain of the warring empires, did the villages caught in the middle need to make sense of it all? A werewolf or a vampire was a monster they could fight, one they could kill. No such hope for a small village versus an empire. Thanks so much for joining me for these stories, and please keep celebrating and sharing your worlds with me and our Beauty and the Beast community. Good night, guys, and see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you, Megan. Alright, well, I will be recording a lot of projects for covers in concerts, but I don't think I would have the energy to do that on stream. So I'll do that off stream, and I'll finish the commission I'm working on right now off stream as well. I'll submit all my finished work to Brime. I think I finished 6. I just need to finish 6 more. I already did the line art for some. I just have to like render it a little bit, and then off these commission go to its rightful owner. Speaking of commissions, all my commissions are 10% off on VGen right now until the end of July. Make sure if you need anything from me, go ahead and check it out and get a slot from there, okay? Thank you for joining me today with horror stories, and while I work on commissions, I want to do more like this. I also opened a new channel on Discord where you can submit videos, YouTube videos for me to watch, whenever I do commission streams like this, okay? I'll wait until we have like 5 suggested videos there on that channel before I watch all of the recommended videos. All right, let's see who's on right now. Oh, okay. Alright, I see someone playing Pal World. I might join them after I finish some commissions. So let us go and raid out to the cowman. Make sure you guys are following him. Our resident blind man here. Bib0 Bobs. Copy and paste your raid message and see you tomorrow. We are doing some tech and training. Alright, bye.